Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The EU approves its toughest sanctions yet on Russia after last-minute drama from Slovakia. Plus, fresh clashes erupt in Sweida as Syria blames Druze factions and warns Israel to stay out. And Trump denies sending lewd Epstein birthday letter as he demands the Epstein files to be released. The European Union has adopted its 18th package of sanctions against Russia, described by EU officials as one of the most powerful to date. The breakthrough came after Slovakia dropped its opposition following last-minute assurances over gas imports. Brussels says the new measures target Russia's oil and energy sectors, ramping up pressure as the war drags on. For more on this, I'm joined from Brussels by our correspondent, William Denslow. William, thanks for joining us. Why was Slovakia initially blocking the 18th sanction package? And what has changed their stance at the last minute on this?
Well, essentially, Slovakia is one of the countries that are particularly vulnerable to the EU's push to wean itself away from Russian oil and indeed Russian gas. Now, the European Union has said it plans to totally cut itself off from Russian gas by 2027. Slovakia has a direct pipeline from Russia to the country, and they are concerned that there'd be contract breaches that would cost them money, that would cause volatility when it comes to energy prices. So essentially, the message from Prime Minister Robert Fico is that they wanted carve-outs, they wanted guarantees from the EU that they would be protected and that their energy security would be accounted for going forward. The EU had consistently said that it would be, and that they would talk with all member states to ensure there wouldn't be any energy shocks to them. It seems like Slovakia is now convinced and has now had enough guarantees from Brussels that their energy future will be secured, even if it means a pivot away from Moscow and its energy supplies.
William, talk us through how significant these new sanctions actually are, especially compared to previous packages. What makes these even stronger?
Well, essentially, this is all part of the EU's plans to tighten the screw on Moscow. It's the 18th round of sanctions. Kaja Kallas, the EU's top diplomat, foreign affairs chief, says that the EU won't back down and will continue to raise the pressure on Russia until they change course when it comes to the war of aggression in Ukraine. Now, you mentioned a few of the components of this 18th package. Now, energy is a crucial one. Maybe one of the top lines is that the EU is reducing the energy cap on Russian oil from $60 per barrel of Russian crude to a little north of $45, so a $15 reduction there. Now, this is particularly significant considering the fact that, according to EU estimates, around a third of Russia's revenue is generated by its oil exports. There's also been more of a clampdown on its so-called shadow fleet. An extra 105 vessels included, bringing the total to 444. So energy, a major thing. Russian banking sector, another key target. And an additional area that is important to look at is concerns the EU has when it comes to dual-use goods and other nations that allegedly supplying Russia with goods that can be used in its war in Russia. So significantly, several Chinese entities accused of selling goods that can be used on the battlefield also included in this latest sanctions list.
How much of this package, William, is symbolic versus how much is actually going to be impactful on Russia's economy and, of course, their war effort as a result?
The message from the EU is that it is certainly significant that these are biting sanctions that are having a very real very tangible impact on Russia's economy, therefore its war machine, its efforts to continue with its conflict and its war in Ukraine. And you can certainly see that by the fact that they are trying to continue adding onto it by including more and more Russian vessels, from essentially widening the net and trying to tighten its grip on Moscow. But a huge concern that both EU officials and Kyiv very much addresses that, to a large extent, these sanctions are only really effective if the whole of the international community is abiding by it. Now, a key part of this latest sanctions package is indeed looking at third countries and what more can be done to ensure that Russian oil isn't re-entering the European market through third parties. Now, this has been part of this 18th sanctions package. There are some significant carve-outs, though, the likes of the UK, the likes of the United States as well. And also when it comes to these sanctions that we're seeing on the likes of some Chinese entities, essentially it's a message to the likes of Beijing that they are prepared to get serious if they find that companies are supporting Russia's war effort. But of course that comes with major geopolitical ramifications, and we expect that to be a big part of negotiations when EU officials travel to Beijing next week for high-level talks.
William Denslow in Brussels, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue this conversation. We're joined from New York by John Kavalich, who is the Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, thanks, first of all, for joining us. The EU's Foreign Policy Chief has said that this is one of the strongest sanction packages to date. Now, based on your analysis, what do you think actually stands out in this 18th round? What makes it so significant compared to the 17 before?
I'm not sure I share the exuberance of the EU foreign policy chief, because if you look back at the previous 17 over 4 years, so basically, less than 5 a year, after each one, you had officials in Brussels say that this was it. This would be the one. This would be the totality of sanctions that would stop Russia from attacking Ukraine. And of course, it hasn't worked. It's important to remember that when the sanctions first started, the goal was not to do damage to the European Union first and then do damage to Russia, because the European Union was integrated with Russia, specifically with energy. So it was, hey, we can't do too much too quickly because consumers are going to get hurt, voters are going to get hurt, taxpayers are going to get hurt. So over time, as Russia's integration with the EU has lessened, the sanctions have ramped up in terms of what they're doing toward Russia. And they have sequentially done more to impact Russia. However, Russia has continued to adapt, as countries under sanctions do. So where you would look at this 18 sanctions package and look at the vessels, where you're not just going after the vessels, you're going after the crew, look at going after the Rosneft, the Russian oil company refinery in India, and India being a huge purchaser of Russia energy products. I mean, those are all optically very good. But in the end, we have two big challenges, and that is, if you look at the trajectory of what Russia's looking to do in Ukraine, they're nearing what could be the end of their objectives, meaning the final portions of Donetsk and Luhansk, the Donbass area, solidifying at the borders the remaining territory, and then sort of call it a day. And that's where you have these sanctions then questionably doing real harm to Russia.
John, let's talk about Slovakia, who, of course, as we know now, dropped its opposition after they received these guarantees on Russian gas. They got their way. But what does this say about the balance between the EU unity and also national interest when it comes to sanctioning Russia?
EU is 27 sovereign nations. And while Ursula von der Leyen sits atop in Brussels as the president of the European Commission, she's not a head of state. She's not a head of government. She's an administrator who is elected, appointed by the 27, and then by the 407 member of the European Parliament. So all it takes is one. And we've had Viktor Orban of Hungary. We've had the Prime Minister of Slovakia. We also have Greece that has issues because of their energy interdependence with Russia. Malta, so Cyprus. So this isn't over, because as one country gets satisfied, there's going to be an issue with another one. And then, of course, you look to the future, and the future European Union with Ukraine as a member. And, it doesn't take a lot of creativity to think about Ukraine as a member of the European Union, number, let's say, 28. And then when the members of the European Union start to say, okay, the war's over, Ukraine's a member, we want to start re-engaging with Russia for a variety of reasons, 140 million potential consumers, energy again, et cetera. And who do they think is going to be standing up at every opportunity amongst the requirements for unanimity? Their group in the European Parliament that's probably going to be, fifth or sixth largest. They're going to make the prime ministers of Hungary and Slovakia look like really team players in terms of what the Ukrainians are going to do vis-a-vis Russia down the road.
And how effective are they going to be? Dmitry Peskov says Russia has actually built up somewhat of an immunity to these sanctions. How much truth do you think there is in that? And how do you even assess the long-term economic impact that this sanctions and round of sanctions will have on Russia?
Well, I've traveled to Russia numerous times since the war started, and I make certain that I get out of Moscow and go to those areas that are affected, go to Kursk, go to Belgorod, and go to other areas to see how sanctions are actually impacting the Russian population, particularly in the larger cities where most of the concentration of financial wealth and political power. And he's absolutely right. My career's also been involving Cuba, which is under tremendous sanctions from the United States for 66 years. Countries adapt. They learn how to adapt. And then what happens is all the countries that are under sanctions, they all communicate with each other, and they say, hey, this sanction was put on us. How did you get around it? Oh, that's a good idea. Then maybe we can retrofit that to try to help us. And so Mr. Peskov's absolutely right. Have the sanctions hurt? Yes. But have they crippled Russia, either the government's ability to finance the war or the defense industries, the defense sector's ability to make things that it needs to keep killing Ukrainians? And the fact is that hasn't happened. So Russia will continue to adapt, just like Iran, North Korea, China, and Cuba and Venezuela, among other countries. And it's very rare that you will see sanctions bring down a government. The governments generally adapt, and the people within the country, they may not like it, but they generally adapt to. The more elasticity a government has, meaning the more it can do without having to worry about its population saying, we just won't take this anymore. And Russia's a great example of that.
Well, let's dig a bit deeper into that, John, because as you said, 18, we're on now number 18 on these round of sanctions, and President Zelensky has welcomed the package, but he's emphasized there is a need for a lot more. So what do you think that suggests about Ukraine's current expectations? What do they want from Europe and the EU? And is enough being done?
From President Zelensky's standpoint, on the 25th of February 2022, he wanted everything in the 18 sanctions packages since then to be implemented all at once. And he has said that. He has said that this drip of sanction packages, as welcomed and appreciated as they are to the government of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine, the bottom line is there's distance between the first to the second to the third to the fourth, and now we are at the 18th. And Russia continues to adapt. They continue to get what they need, particularly from China and North Korea and Iran with some of the drones. And so, if you give someone enough time to adjust and adapt, then yes, they're going to see a drip, a slow erosion of their ability to do what they want, but they're still going to be able to do a heck of a lot of damage. And that's precisely what Russia's continued to do with Ukraine. And so President Zelensky is saying, hey, this is great, but people, we gave you a list in 2022 of what you needed to do. And because you didn't want to impact your consumers and your voters and your taxpayers, you slowly ramped this up. Well, by slowly ramping it up, you did a lot of damage to Ukraine.
John Cavlich in New York, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
The Syrian presidency is blaming Druze fighters for reigniting violence in Sweida, accusing them of violating the ceasefire that led to Thursday's military pullout. Damascus also warned of Israeli interference after strikes hit the area, while Israel denied new attacks and pledged aid to the Druze community. As clashes resume, the United Nations is urging accountability amid credible reports of atrocities. To talk about this more, we're joined from Riyadh by Middle East geopolitical security analyst Dr. Riyadh Kawaji. Dr. Riyadh, thank you for joining us. This renewed violence, which we were concerned about between Druze and Bedouin factions, tell us about the deeper sectarian and also the tribal tensions that's in southern Syria. What does it tell us about that?
Well, I mean, we have to look to give a bit of background over here so that the audience would really understand what's happening, because right now, as it looks, we have what appears to be a sectarian showdown between the Druze and the Sunni tribesmen from the remote from the neighboring Daraa province. But the truth here, this is deeper than this. This goes back to the Israeli-Syrian relations ever since the collapse of the previous regime. We know that for 50 years, Syria was ruled by a minority Alawite group. The Sunnis make up 85% of the Syrian population. Now, the previous regime was brought down, as we all know, by the armed factions. Most all are Sunni. And now we have a Sunni in power. For the first time in 50 years, we have the majority Sunni ruling in the country. Israel was not happy with this. Israel has made it clear that it wants to have what appears to be like a security zone along its borders with Syria. So Israeli troops infiltrated deep into Syrian territory, reached the outskirts of Daraa, and ever since they have been presenting themselves as protectors of the Druze. Israel is claiming that the Druze minority is under threat. And since Israel has a Druze community that is very much integrated within the Israeli society, Israel is saying that it is interfering to help protect the Druze minority, while the actual truth is that Israel wants to force an agreement that would secure the presence of its forces in a security zone in the south. So, coming to what happened yesterday, we saw the Syrian forces were trying to establish a presence in the south. We saw a skirmish that turns out in a big clash between some outlaw groups. Also, we saw the Syrian forces, and the Israelis stepped in under the pretext of protecting the Druze. We saw these airstrikes on Damascus, on the Ministry of Defense, and near the vicinity of the presidential palace. And that was followed by the full withdrawal of the Syrian troops, predominantly Sunni Syrian troops. The strike against the Syrian government institutions and this withdrawal from the Sweida, and then the Druze forces in there, the Druze community in there, where we have one of three spiritual leaders in that city that is clearly allied with Israel. We saw raids, or we heard about raids of overnight against some Sunni villages in the outskirts of Sweida, and this has led into what's happening today. So what we have on the surface, we see here clashes in an area that whereby the security forces were forced out by the Israelis from it. And now the Israelis are saying that they're going to allow some security forces back in to help protect the Druze city, the Sweida and the province. However, the situation is escalating, and I believe, as other observers and analysts, that this is a pretext for a wider Israeli intervention in that part, so that Israel could assert its military presence under the pretext of protecting the Druze.
Dr. Riyad, there are accusations flying between Syrian government and Druze fighters, but who on the ground is currently holding real control in Sweida? And what will this latest fighting do? Will it maybe upset supporters of President al-Shara, who has had minorities support him up until this point, it seems?
Well, Israel has no say. This is Syrian country. This is Syrian sovereignty. So Israel has placed itself as the protector of the Druze without any international mandate or UN mandate to do so. And we have to remember that Israel already has plenty of forces across the borders, are in various areas in the southern part of Syria. And it wants to legitimize this as part of an agreement with the government that would allow it to stay for several years under the pretext of making sure that there is a full transition in Syria and the current government manages to establish itself and establish security all over the country, and will not allow any fundamentalist or extremist groups from coming to the Israeli borders. Right now in Sweida, the Syrian security and armed forces were driven out yesterday by the bombardment of the Israelis. So we have a security vacuum created by Israel. What we have in Sweida are the Druze armed factions that were armed by Israel. They're the ones in control of the city of Sweida and parts of the suburbs of Sweida. They are the ones who are clashing now with the Sunni tribesmen moving from the neighboring Daraa province, which is to the west of the Sweida province. This is the actual situation. Now there are reports coming saying that Israel will allow contingents of the Syrian internal security forces to return to Sweida to help enforce a peace and disengage both fighting parties.
Dr. Riyad Kawaji, we have to leave it there, unfortunately, but thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. We start with breaking news out of Los Angeles. At least 3 people have been killed in an explosion at a sheriff's training facility. The U.S. Attorney General says it appears to be a horrific incident. The United Nations is warning against deportations to Afghanistan after Germany sent back 81 Afghans convicted of crimes. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, says returning Afghans could spark a human rights crisis. The warning comes as Afghanistan struggles to absorb more than 1.9 million returnees from Iran and Pakistan since the start of the year. Dozens of people gathered outside the US Embassy in Kuala Lumpur to protest the proposed appointment of self-styled alpha male influencer Nick Adams as the next US ambassador to Malaysia. A government spokesperson said the Cabinet had not yet received any formal notice of Adams' appointment. Adams, an Australian-born naturalised US citizen, has faced criticism for his outspoken support of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. Belgium's biggest electronic music festival, Tomorrowland, will go ahead as planned despite a fire that destroyed the main stage. All that remained of the 160-metre wide structure was charred scaffolding. The Antwerp Public Prosecutor's Office is investigating the fire. Around 40,000 people were expected to spend the festival's first night at the Dreamville campsite yesterday, and 200,000 people are still expected to show up to the festival over the weekend. Donald Trump is pushing for the release of court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, just as he slams a Wall Street Journal report that claims he sent a bawdy birthday greeting card to the convicted sex offender. Trump has called the letter a fake and says, "These are not my words, not the way I talk." He's now threatening to sue the Journal, while also urging the Justice Department to declassify the full Epstein files. For more on this, we're joined by our Washington correspondent, Nick Harper. Nick, why is Trump pushing now for the selective disclosure of the Epstein files, but still resisting full transparency from the Justice Department?
Yeah, it feels as if this might just be a nod towards his base, the MAGA base, the Make America Great Again base, who seems to have been fractured in recent days over the Epstein incident. Many of them calling for the full transparency of the whole case, calling for files to be released, something that Donald Trump so far has said that he will not be planning to do. Here he seems to be giving them a little bit of information, asking for the grand jury testimony relating back to the 2019 prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein to be released. That is something that his Attorney General Pam Bondi must now try and secure, but that in itself will be difficult because these grand jury testimonies are normally very secret. They remain outside of the public purview. And even if they are released, they will be limited in scope. They will simply be testimonies that came out of the grand jury ahead of a trial that didn't take place because Jeffrey Epstein died in prison. And they will not involve the prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein that took place about 15 years earlier for soliciting a minor. There's plenty of information that will remain hidden even if these grand jury testimonies are released.
Nick, if this letter is a fake, as Trump says it is, then why was it in an official DOJ-reviewed archive that's been tied to Epstein's birthday album?
Yeah, that in itself is very unclear at this stage, and it's also unclear whether or not the Department of Justice will be providing any more information about the veracity of what the Wall Street Journal is claiming, whether that letter was written and signed by Donald Trump. He, of course, spoke to the Wall Street Journal ahead of them releasing their story late on Thursday evening, saying that it was a fake, saying that it was not his language, not his words. He also said, "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," because contained within that alleged letter was a hand-drawn picture of a naked woman. Now, Donald Trump is very much trying to distance himself from this, but the revelation is certainly bombshell in itself. I think what's interesting to note in this, Jono, is that fracturing that we've seen within the MAGA movement, the fact that they have been going after Donald Trump himself, that may now end with this Wall Street Journal article. Because what's happened is the MAGA movement and Donald Trump now have one common enemy that they are both focused on, and that is the Wall Street Journal. That is the idea of fake news media. And there seems to now be some unity where there was, just a few days ago, disunity between the MAGA movement and Donald Trump.
So, just on the legal threats that we've heard against the Wall Street Journal as well, could this actually backfire? Could it bring more attention, do you think, to the Epstein case and actually have the opposite effect compared to what Trump would like to see happen?
Well, there is certainly that possibility. Donald Trump has posted on social media that he is looking forward to public testimony if all of this goes to court. But that in itself could potentially be damaging for the president, because the Wall Street Journal would be hauled up in front of a judge, in front of a court, all of it on the public record, having to explain details of this story that they published, details of how they got that information, how they were able to find out, and what they saw when they reviewed that book related to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. They would have to talk more about this alleged letter that Donald Trump may or may not have written. So there is that potential that this could boomerang back on the president, because he is the one that's pushing to sue the Wall Street Journal, but the Wall Street Journal might have more information that they could potentially release as a result of that lawsuit.
Nick, before we leave you go, there was other news today from the White House which announced that President Trump has a medical condition in his veins that is called chronic venous insufficiency. So how might that actually affect his daily activities, or what measures are being reportedly taken to manage this condition, do we know?
Well, the White House, when they disclosed it, did everything they could, I would suggest, to downplay any seriousness in this case for the president, suggesting that it was done and dusted, presenting the fact that Donald Trump had been treated for it, that he had seen a doctor, and that essentially the symptoms that he had been showing were not impairing his capacity to do the job. Because, of course, that is the big worry. An ageing president in his 70s. Is there something from a medical perspective that might impair his ability to run the United States? The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt doing what she could to release the news, but also to tamp it down. And no suggestions at this stage that there is any long-lasting damage for the president or anything that should have the country concerned about his ability to run things from the Oval Office.
Nick Harper in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. After 33 years on air, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert will end in May of 2026. The television network, CBS, made the surprise announcement late last night. They said the move is a financial decision against a very challenging backdrop in late-night television. Let's get the latest on this and other entertainment news that's making the headlines today with showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, thank you for joining us. Stephen Colbert, he broke the news during a taping of the show on Thursday. How did the audience react to that? What went down?
Well, there was lots of boos and a lot of shock and a lot of surprises in that audience. Come on, like, this show is a beloved TV institution, 33 years on air. Before Stephen Colbert, it was David Letterman. So, you know, this is a show that's always had high ratings. It's done very well in the evening. So it's come as a complete shock. You know, there's always that saying that if it's not broke, you don't have to fix it. Obviously, CBS are saying that this is more of a financial decision, but I think a lot of people at home are still quite surprised at why they will be axing one of their beloved shows.
Stephanie, it's, as you say, it's been running for such a very, very long time, but Colbert has always been quite outspoken, a strong critic of President Trump. CBS, though, have distanced themselves quite a bit from this. They've stressed this is not a political decision. This is solely down to the numbers at the end of the day.
Well, the timing couldn't have come at a wrong time, because it was only maybe 2 days ago where CBS Paramount had settled a lawsuit with Donald Trump for £16 million over what he claims was an edited video with Kamala Harris in an interview. And Stephen Colbert called it frivolous, and he said it was a big, fat bribe. So this will only happen this week. So a lot of people are saying, has he been a bit too outspoken? Has he pushed it too far this time? I think a lot of networks now, you know, they are trying to control their talent when it comes to aiming such kind of criticism towards political leaders. But, you know, they do say it's a financial decision and nothing about Colbert's personal remarks about Trump.
Stephanie, moving on, there's been an update as well with the story of Kneecap and his performance at Glastonbury from police in the UK. What's happening with this?
Well, music and politics do go hand in hand, but there was a big question about Kneecap's Glastonbury performance, whether, they could be charged for any offences. Avon and Somerset Police said actually there is no charges that can be brought against the duo. They said there's nothing there which they can actually think by law that they can charge them with, which has been welcomed by Kneecap, who have said, that set was all about promoting love and solidarity. Obviously, their critics see it differently, and it's one of those things where you cannot, bring them to justice for something that the law has nothing to find them offensive for. So, it's been lucky for them, but going forward, you do have to think whether a lot of festivals are going to take that risk and book them on.
This very much was a case of no such thing as bad publicity. As soon as Kneecap were done with that performance, they announced a tour. That tour subsequently sold out, and they've added more dates. So this, in fact, has just catapulted them into the spotlight even more, if anything, Stephanie.
It introduced them to a whole different audience, and, controversy. The thing when controversy comes from such things is actually it gets people more interested in such bands. Obviously, it hasn't been the case for Bob Vylan, who were also at Glastonbury, who were chanting, death to the IDF. And for them, they've been dropped by their agency, and most of their festival bookings have all been cancelled. So it hasn't actually worked in their favour like it has with Kneecap.
I think Kneecap had that product before they went into Glastonbury and people knew what they were getting, so that may have been the marked difference between the two, I think. Stephanie, moving on to this next story. Netflix have confirmed they're now going to use AI to cut costs. What's the reaction to this been?
Oh gosh, AI has landed on Netflix, and it's a bit of a controversial move from Netflix. If you remember the Hollywood strikes in 2023, a lot of the big talking points was how AI could be introduced and it could replace actors and work in production stuff. That was always the big fear. So Netflix have confirmed that they've used it on an Argentine sci-fi show called The Eternal, and they said it helped sequences to be filmed faster and at a lower cost. The problem with this, while it could be celebrated and, viewers at home may not know the difference, but for the industry itself, it marks a shift where actually manpower and actually people working on productions, it serves as a big threat. A lot of the big Hollywood production houses for a few months/years now, they've been trying to welcome AI. And I think when they see that this has been a success on such a big streaming platform for Netflix, it's actually going to be quite worrying for a lot of people in the industry.
You might argue that they need AI because of the advancements. Any average person with a laptop can now use Sora AI to create their own movie pretty much at home. And for Netflix to stay ahead of the curve, they may need to implement AI. And although it may cost jobs in the long run, it's something they need to implement.
Well, that's the thing, AI is providing lots of beautiful opportunities for different sectors. But the problem that I think Hollywood is worried about, especially actors and people who work in production stuff, there needs to be a balance here. The whole point of the strikes was for all these big Hollywood production houses to say, actually, your jobs will be safe and we can work with you hand in hand. And I think that's not going to be the case. I think it's going to be an AI kind of heavy industry now because people are seeing all the opportunities it provides. But it's a shame because then what happens to all the people who've worked in Hollywood for decades and who are very skilled and who are being basically outrun by AI? So it's a very unsettling time.
It really is a tough time to be in the industry. Stephanie Tecci, entertainment correspondent, thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories once again. The EU approves its toughest sanctions yet on Russia after a last-minute drama from Slovakia. Fresh clashes erupt in Sweida as Syria blames Druze factions and warns Israel to stay out. Trump denies lewd Epstein letter, calls for files to be released. He has denied the Epstein birthday letter, demanded the files be released by the Department of Justice. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And as always, you can follow us on X. The Real Deal is coming up next. Have a good evening.
A very fragile peace, signs of internal instability, and now another outbreak of violence between minority groups. Does Syria's interim government need to do more to maintain control of the country? Israel says it carried out airstrikes on Syria to protect the Druze community. But were they also a tactic to disrupt Syria's revival? Stay tuned for our Counterpoints debate. It's coming up soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, as Saudi Arabia takes steps to streamline the labour market and attract global talent, we find out more about these changes, as well as the latest recruitment trends in the kingdom. A new quarterly report on regional employment trends points to steady 2% hiring growth in Saudi Arabia, driven by sustained demand in finance, tourism and infrastructure. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Cooper Fitch, which authored that report. And the eSports World Cup kicks off in Riyadh, drawing competitors and spectators from across the globe. We'll be examining the value in this edition of the gaming industry. Hello and welcome. Now, we've talked a lot on this programme about the various giga projects underway in Saudi Arabia. NEOM, the Red Sea Project, Diriyah Gate, to name but a few. Well, demand for skilled professionals to work on these projects is growing. And with that in mind, the kingdom is seeking to streamline the labour market and attract global talent. And we've heard from the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development announcing a new skill-based work permit system. Well, the new system will better match foreign worker demand and supply by classifying workers into three categories: high-skilled, skilled or basic, based, amongst other things, on their qualifications and experience. Well, in this edition, we're going to be looking at the recruitment trends. Well, I'm here with Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, to tell us more about the skill-based classification system. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Ali. What do you think's prompted this change in approach to recruitment and the global, sort of attracting global talent to Saudi Arabia?
Well, Tom, all the changes, industrial and economic under Vision 2030, are not just about projects, right? We hear about all the giga projects, like you just mentioned, but there is much about talent and people as it is projects. There is an enormous transformation taking place. There is also the appetite or the objective to ensure local talent development, that the Saudi people, which is a very young population, has jobs. They have skilled careers to pursue. They are able to make use of the very educated young population and yet balance this with the needs of all the projects and the economic transformation taking place. So we're going to continue to see changes from time to time which redirect the efforts towards how talent is attracted, developed, how knowledge is developed, and that's what's happening here. I mean, the changes that have just been announced, reforms, really look to implement three classifications with some variances to how these classifications are set. And they evaluate the essentially the skill level of a worker. Now, these evaluations happen based on the level of professional experience, the level of professional education, the age, the level of income, to essentially produce a marker that shows 3 levels of skills, right? The basic or higher skilled workers. And by doing so, what the reforms aim to tackle is they actually aim to make the climate better for businesses. I mean, a lot of businesses are reporting challenges in hiring skilled workers overseas. Now, these reforms aim to make the conditions better for businesses. In some instances, this will perhaps reclassify workers who perhaps had the professional experience, but on paper, not the professional education, and yet they might have been looked past previously. So by employing a matrix which is a bit more comprehensive and it's more reflective of the true situation, there are scenarios in which businesses will have access to greater labor. Now, in addition to that, I mean, with all of these economic changes going on, naturally, the nation wants to see its people thrive as well. Hence the Saudization efforts across the kingdom. Now, in order for Saudization to work well, where you have Saudis, young or old, for it to work well, they need mentorship, they need collaboration, they need partnership. So by attracting the talent and the workers that are in need, the skilled workers in need for all of the industries that are being developed, and partnering and collaborating with the local population, the nation can hope to create a knowledge economy that is significantly more advanced as time progresses, and that is the main thing underpinning these reforms.
So make it sound like, up until this point, employers faced a few challenges, shall we say, in terms of matching their demand with what was available in the market.
Yeah, well, there are 2 parts to this. I mean, there are challenges globally right now. There are a lot of professions that are undergoing significant change, especially with the acceleration we've seen in technology adoption in the previous 2 years and the advent of artificial intelligence and the way it's changing the way people work. So there are a lot of changes taking place globally, but naturally in a nation where you've got such an acceleration of industries in such a short period of time, that's going to be an even greater challenge. So the businesses are facing that to some extent. However, I will say, I mean, there's been a significant change in the demand for Saudi jobs. People across the globe now have a different perception of Saudi Arabia as a place to live and work. There's, I mean, Saudi Arabia is really a magnet for skilled work at the moment, right? So although there are some challenges, there are also some things working very much in favor of Saudi Arabia as a nation. And, in essence, I mean, there's a dichotomy going on. So there are some challenges, but there's demand. There's new industries being developed. There are jobs that are changing across the globe, not just in Saudi Arabia, but we have specific needs. But that is what we're seeing reflected in the current climate.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali Reza. Thanks for that. We'll be checking in with you again in just a short while.
Great.
Let's get a brief check of some of the other stories we're following for you here on Arabiya English. According to new official data, Saudi Arabia's total population now stands at 35.3 million, or 55% of the population are Saudi nationals. These figures point to a gender imbalance, however, with men accounting for 62% of the population. But the data offers a striking reminder of the youth of society. Seniors aged 65 or above represent just 2.8% of the Saudi population. The kingdom takes further steps towards opening its property market to foreign investors, with new laws set to take effect in January of next year. Non-Saudis will be allowed to own real estate in designated areas in Riyadh and Jeddah. Well, this decision to allow non-Saudis to buy property has come as welcome news to real estate companies and has given property stocks something of a lift. Jeddah's King Abdulaziz International Airport has announced record-breaking passenger traffic for the first half of 2025. More than 25 million travellers passed through the kingdom's busiest airport hub in the first 6 months of the year, up 6.8% year-on-year. What was the busiest day so far this year? It was Saturday, the 5th of April, when 178,000 people passed through that airport. Well, driven by sustained demand in finance, tourism and infrastructure, hiring in Saudi Arabia continued to grow in Q2, although the overall momentum appears to have slowed slightly compared to Q1. That's according to Cooper Fitch, a recruitment and HR advisory firm which covers the entire GCC region. Well, they've just published their Q2 2025 Gulf Employment Index, which tracks quarterly hiring trends across the region's key markets. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Trevor Murphy, who is the founder and CEO of Cooper Fitch. Thank you very much for coming to see us, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Let's start by talking about Saudi Arabia. Seems like recruitment momentum in Q1 was a little bit faster than it was in Q2, but it seems to be steady. Is that a fair reading?
Yeah, I think a 2% increase quarter on quarter is still reasonably good nominal growth. As an average across the GCC, it was 1%, 4% in UAE, but 2% is pretty good, particularly when you look at seasonally adjusted 2 Eid breaks within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which are typically slightly longer than we would have in the UAE.
So that's what you would read into that slight lull in Q2?
Slight lull in Q2. There are a number of other factors as well. So what we've seen is there's been a change in direction around funding. As some projects scale down slightly, we're seeing that other projects are very much coming to the fore, particularly time-sensitive, large-scale projects where will fundamentally change the Saudi perception, maybe internationally, with the likes of World Cup, Expo, Asian Games, etc. And they're certainly taking a significant component of the budget and the emphasis in terms of building out those projects.
Did you see growth kind of visible across most sectors, or were there some that were sort of outperforming, some that were underperforming?
Yeah, I think we so the 2% number is still modest, but still good growth. But I think there's been some real winners, particularly in Q2. So we've seen quite a significant jump in areas like financial services and banking, all performing very well. We've seen real estate as an overall number grow quite significantly, 4 or 5% in Saudi Arabia, so above the GCC average. We've seen areas like digital data and AI all performing very well. So there was a 4% average across the GCC. It was about a 7% increase in Saudi Arabia, so very, very strong numbers. Areas such as supply chain, logistics, all doing very well. The Ministry of Logistics and Transport, big transformation project. There's some really big announcements like DHL investing $500 million across UAE and Saudi. So a lot of activity. Private sector doing very well. Government either doing significant transformation projects, or areas like Ministry of Tourism and Culture, who have been busy for many years now, all performing very well and very strong outlook for the remainder of this year.
Sure, I mean, a lot happening on so many different fronts. I mean, just talking broadly about hiring trends across Saudi Arabia, is the kingdom managing to attract the talent it needs, do you think? Is that something you were able to deduce?
Yeah, look, I think Saudi, Riyadh, Jeddah, the giga projects and mega projects are internationally recognised and have been for many years. So we're seeing individuals that have really high expectations on how fast their career can develop are really looking at Saudi as a probably a number in the top 3 or 4 locations that we work in globally. So there's some very interesting interest, and that's typically for very top tier talent. Individuals that are out of London or working out of New York or Australia or Asian markets, really looking at Saudi, competing with Riyadh, competing with Dubai and Abu Dhabi very much now for talent.
And Dr. Murphy, when you speak to recruiters in Saudi Arabia, what sort of anecdotes are they telling you? What sort of gems of information are you able to get from those conversations about what the trends are in the market, where things are heading?
Look, I think there's a real need to make improvements and continue to grow the leadership qualities within Saudi, whether that's bringing talent in to support with that or developing leadership ad hoc leadership type assessments or leadership type education processes. So I think leadership is one area that there's still some growth and demand in from the international markets, particularly as they come in. New technology, digital, AI, and even some of the areas around security and cyber, significant need for talent there as well. But the talent pool that is in Saudi and has been built over the last 5 or 10 years is now very significant and very, very capable of delivering for themselves. It's just where there's particular niche skills or there's areas lined up with Vision 2030 where there's a very unique skill set required that they're bringing some talent in to support those, typically in advisor and SME type roles. And that's certainly a trend in the last 12 months. Rather than bringing in, a C-level person, they're bringing in advisors to support the talent that's already there.
Do you think there are a lot of misconceptions about the Saudi market when it comes to things like remuneration, the package? Do you think people are a bit sort of out of touch with the reality? Do you think there is a mismatch? Is that something that recruiters tell you?
Yeah, of course. Look, I think that the days of a significant increase to move to Saudi, 25, 30, 35%, those days are done typically. And there's some exceptions to that. But yeah, I think salaries are still very much in the top quartile globally in Saudi Arabia, and probably slightly ahead of the UAE and other GCC countries, but are still very, very attractive outside of the tax-free component of it, obviously. But and there's still some elements of additional compensation that gets paid in terms of relocation and those type of elements that maybe don't exist in other countries in the Gulf at the moment. So it is still very attractive. It's just not what it used to be. We used to describe the UAE as a hardship post many years ago. People would have said the same about Saudi, not anymore. Riyadh, Jeddah, and even some of the other regional cities are very much on map because there's significant career opportunities and advancement and earning potential.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, how would you describe the mood? I mean, what sort of words spring to mind when you think about the mood in the recruitment space, hiring decisions? What are people feeling, would you say, right across the GCC?
So I think I would say for the most part, cautious optimism. I mean, there's always a little concern around regional issues and how they impact on the GCC. We have seen no impact to date, thankfully, but from an economic and a jobs creation point of view. But I think overall we're very strong on where we see job creation this year, Saudi and UAE, and the others maybe slightly less bullish on. But I think overall, we're in a pretty strong position. The economic indicators are good. A bit of stability regionally, maybe an interest rate cut might be helpful. But as you said, investor sentiment is still quite strong. So as long as that continues, I think we'll have a very good 2025.
All right. Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you, Dr. Trevor Murphy, founder and CEO of Cooper Fitch. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, staying with our focus on recruitment in Saudi Arabia and looking now at how things are evolving, we're going to find out now how artificial intelligence is being applied to the business of matching demand and supply. Well, Mark Ellis is an HR recruitment, outsourcing and training company with a presence in Saudi Arabia. And it's embracing AI in a major way. We can speak now to Mark Ellis, Director, Aus Ismail. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Aus. You've just unveiled a new tool, which is an AI-powered smart voice agent. And it plays an important role, I'm told, in the whole hiring process. Her name is Sarah. Tell us a bit about her and what she does for you.
Sarah is probably the best recruiter that I've ever seen. You know, the only catch is that she's not human, she's AI. We spent years and years developing this, doing a lot of research and development, thinking about what's the best way, because we didn't want to create something which is just a chatbot or something. We wanted, AI which is dynamic, which is able to actually interview, understand, and give its opinion. And that's what we've created.
Okay, so Sarah is going to change how companies and candidates connect, isn't she? I mean, what sort of an impact do you think she's going to have? I mean, the obvious one that springs to mind is time saving.
Correct. Well, look, Sarah calls candidates. She speaks naturally to them. She asks job-specific questions based on job descriptions, which as recruiters we do. She can communicate in multiple languages. So if somebody is an Arabic speaker, she can speak in Arabic. If someone's an English speaker, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the biggest benefits that it will have is the time and the quality. Now, where it comes to quality, there are a lot of recruiters out there in the world. There's a lot of different industries. Not every recruiter is an industry expert or an expert within, for example, technology. You have so many different technologies. Even the best recruiter out there wouldn't be, proficient in every single technology out there. The AI it's been trained that way, and it's able to understand everything from the basic technology side all the way to very, very technical things like this. And what that helps us to do is it helps when speaking to candidates, it can understand what is it they're doing, how is it they are applying the technologies that they're using, etc., into their work. And it's able to pull that information and gather whether that person can actually do the job or they can't.
Okay, so let's just clarify. You're basically saying someone could get a call, I could get a call out of the blue from Sarah, who's a chat robot, artificial intelligence robot. She's going to talk to me about the possibility of getting a job. I mean, that's going to take people by surprise a little bit, isn't it?
Well, we've been using it secretly for a while now in our own business, and it's been hiring candidates, for us, or it's been interviewing candidates for us. And at the beginning, people didn't even know it was an AI. People will have a full-on conversation, and it would be just like as if they were talking to us. It's really nicely built, whereas it builds a bit of rapport. It actually asks you how you are, how your week is going, etc. So it's a proper human-like behavior. And then from there, it goes down to the nitty-gritty of the job and the opportunity and so on. So people did at the beginning think it's a human, and then we decided to actually tell people that it's part of an AI team, and its job is to qualify them to then pass on to a human for us to take further.
Okay, so Sarah's going to take away a lot of the admin burden from your team. She'll do some of the screening. She'll save them a lot of time. How do you want your colleagues, your team, to use that additional time? Where do you want them to focus their efforts?
Yeah, so I've been in recruitment for a long, long time, and the biggest skill in recruitment is relationship building. So we want our staff to focus on relationship building with the candidates, to actually get to know the candidates properly, not just from what they do and their experience and so on, more about them as a person, their motivation for change, what they're looking for in the long term. It will free up our recruitment consultants' time to actually do this. So we since we've launched it, we've seen it as an enabler. And actually, even from a time point of view, we've seen around a 40% reduction in time to hire, which is a significant amount in this industry.
Yeah, for people out there, and I think everyone can relate to this, people who've applied for a job, long time till you get that reply. I mean, there's nothing worse, is there, than a long waiting time regarding your candidacy for a job. Does Sarah mean that people are going to get quicker responses and quicker decisions?
Yeah, I mean, historically, there's something called the CV black hole. I don't know if you've heard about this before, but it's where everybody applies, everybody sends their CVs, and they don't hear back. And it becomes a very frustrating process for the applicant, when they're trying to apply for jobs and they're not hearing anything back. We had a challenge with this as a business, and all recruitment companies have this, because there's no way you have enough manpower to be able to handle thousands of applicants that come through. Sarah can actually make lots of calls at the same time. So she doesn't make one call, put it down and call another person. She can call up to 100, 1,000 people at the same time. And that gives us the ability to reach out to all these applicants and actually spot talent, which is key.
Okay, so Sarah can ring thousands of people at the same time. And what I'm thinking as I'm hearing that is, the human touch, the human connection is surely a really big part of recruitment. Don't you risk losing a bit of that human connectivity and human connection by having a robot doing the work for you?
No, not at all. Because like I said to you, it's a very good relationship builder. So even though it's AI, it can still build relationship with the candidates, and it actually takes it or frees up the time of the recruiters to build relationship, real meaning relationships. It doesn't just become a transactional call where you're calling someone to identify if they fit for the role. The actual human recruiter can spend time building relationships, and that is, in this industry, key.
I mean, it sounds like this is really the face of things to come, isn't it, for not just your industry, a lot of industries.
it is the future, and it's something, honestly, I am so excited about it. I've been experiencing it for months now, and I've seen the feedback. I've taken feedback from clients, from candidates, and they just, it's wonderful. Honestly, it's going to give us an edge to allow, like I said, the relationship building side and finding quality people and opening up opportunities to people that might have been missed before, which is phenomenal.
I just wanted to ask you a bit about the job market in Saudi right now. Are you finding that demand for qualified talent is currently matching supply?
It's actually, so the demand is very, very high. It's the highest I've probably ever seen it. I mean, we've been in KSA for a long time. Historically, we were doing about 200 to 250 hires per annum or per year in the kingdom itself. Now that shot up to more than 350, 400. What we're seeing an increase in is predominantly technology hires. I mean, we are a technology specialist recruitment company, but we still understand the market and what's going on. We've seen things like AI and data experts, cloud engineers, transformation consultants, even cybersecurity. And that's an indication where the kingdom is heading and towards the Vision 2030 and their whole idea of digitalizing the country.
Okay, are there any areas of the job market, any sectors where you're seeing that there's a shortage, an acute shortage of talent?
Yes, so very niche skill sets is still suffering. So when you have very, very niche skill sets which are still new in the market, or when it comes to technology, you have most of technology starts in the USA. So a lot of the experts are out there. Now, when the technology comes into the region here, they need the people to be able to roll it out and so on and so forth. And that still is a challenge. However, what we're seeing is a lot of companies in the kingdom are actually asking for local talent, so local Saudi national talent. And it's actually amazing how much they're investing into learning and development of these individuals to get them up to skill and to fill those niche roles themselves. We actually have a training academy as a business. So part of what we do is we train and upskill people within both technical and soft skills. And the demand has just shot up over the past 12 months based on companies upskilling their own workforce and the people within the country.
Okay, and just as we approach the end here, I just want to ask you if when it comes to Mark Ellis, your company, you're finding that most of your placements are local talent, or are you dependent still on imported talent?
So we usually, we have a trick down our sleeve, you can say. So we usually look locally first and then go internationally depending on the skill set itself. But like I said, a lot of the companies are requesting Saudi nationals for a lot of the roles. And we are actually quite happy to support when it comes to Saudiization and how can we, make sure we attract the right Saudis to work on the roles. So it's a mix of both, I would say.
Okay, I mean, you say you're, according to your mission statement anyway, you're committed to aligning and supporting the initiative set out in Vision 2030. I mean, you touched on a little bit there, but just tell us in what ways you aim to support Vision 2030 at us.
Yeah, look, I mean, I would say we're actually really proud to be supporting Saudi Arabia's vision. And what we're doing is we're combining technology, talent, and training all in one. So we're offering an entire platform which allows companies to excel in reaching their objectives within the kingdom. By using technology, by using the state-of-the-art things like the Sarah, who I believe is going to add a huge value to the kingdom itself, because it will get things done quicker and better. So that's our strategy to support the kingdom.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, give us a piece of advice. Someone who's watching, who's looking for a job in Saudi Arabia right now, perhaps in another country, perhaps in Saudi Arabia. What's your golden nugget of advice? How does someone stand out in this market?
I believe you need to make sure that you are skilled up with the latest, the latest demands, you can say. So companies in Saudi are very, very advanced. A lot of people will think, oh, it's Saudi Arabia, so it might not be advanced or so on, but it's completely wrong. They're very, very advanced and their expectations are very, very high. So apply for a job that you're relevant to, make sure that you're very knowledgeable and skilled up within that particular job, and then attend the interviews. Don't just apply for any job hoping to secure it.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Os Ismail, the director of Mark Ellis. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm here in the studio with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Good to have you with us still, Ali. I mean, we've talked a lot about humane, haven't we? And there we just had another example of how AI is really shaking up a sector in Saudi Arabia, not just in Saudi Arabia, it's all over the world as well, but here in this case in Saudi.
Yep. Well, AI is relevant to, I think, any industry, any sector, any person, anywhere in the world. So there's no surprise that in a nation where there's so much ambition and such a pace of development, that new novel technologies are being employed in a similar sense. And, pardon the pun, I mean, we've just seen it in the recruitment sense, but we're seeing this being rolled out across many different sectors. I mean, recently there was, I saw a reference to a company named Maxam that has engineered AI agents to power chatbots. So a local homegrown startup, Petromin, has developed AI agents to provide customer service. So this is in the automotive industry. And, just like, again, we're seeing everywhere in the world, I think we'll continue to see that kind of uptake in Saudi Arabia as well, especially as industries look to be efficient, to be productive, as there's an acceleration of appetite towards technology adoption, towards developing novel technologies. There's a venture ecosystem growing here, right? That's quite significant. There's an entire startup ecosystem that's also similarly grown, I won't say from a complete standstill, but very early stage. I mean, we certainly have been no Silicon Valley, but it's really taken off, and it's one of the healthiest VC ecosystems in the world at the moment. If you look at it in terms of funding and growth rate, Saudi Arabia is providing a lot of fuel for the technology investment ecosystem. So when you compound all of these things, I think it's very natural that we'll start to see this layered across all industries and sectors. Recruitment is one of them, as we've just seen. I'm not sure yet how I feel about speaking to a robot on the phone when I'm looking for customer service, but I'm not opposed to the idea, and I think that's probably going to be true for most people.
Yeah, well, as we just heard there, apparently people who are called up by Sarah, the AI robot, they don't know that it's not a human being. So that's something. I mean, just listening to what Al Sismail was saying to us there, I mean, did that ring true to you in terms of the advice in particular that he gave on how to stand out in the market? Because I think a lot of people have this misconception, and we talked about it with our previous guest as well, sort of misconceptions about the job market. I mean, what do you think some of the misconceptions are out there?
Yeah, look, I would second that. I mean, this is a region where there's a lot of very exciting things happening. So naturally, a lot of people are paying attention, are showing an interest to come and work here and build here. And, as a result, I mean, although we could say there are talent shortages in certain spaces and there are some very in-demand skills, that being said, there is a lot of competition. People want to be here. They want to work here. There's a very educated local population which is now developing the skills to come into these skilled environments. And in order to stand out in that competition, you really need to have a unique angle. You need to have a unique edge. I mean, what I can say from personal experience, having had a lot of conversations with people that have expressed an interest to come to the region, work, commit, live here, is be here. You could be one of the lucky ones that makes an application and secures the right position for yourself. But the piece I would add on to this is, in addition to being competitive and knowing what your value is and what you're looking for, spend time here. Get to know the people, get to know the culture, really network, shake hands, and have a true commitment if it is a place you'd like to explore.
So just to wrap up, I mean, sort of gone are the days, and this was sort of perhaps more common in the 70s and 80s. You used to hear people sort of turning up in this region, landing themselves a job, sort of somehow fluking it. I mean, that's long gone, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I would argue that perhaps in the 70s and 80s, there were maybe as many people who were showing up that weren't getting jobs in that time, and those that were. And those are the stories we hear. I mean, we can't really know. We don't have the exact statistics of how many people showed up with their briefcases in the 80s, but that's besides the point. I mean, what is universally true is you have an ambition to pursue any career, business opportunity, or relationship of sorts, particularly commercial. Understand the lay of the land, understand the people, know who you're engaging with, know why you are going there, right? And you may be one of the lucky ones. It may take you a day to shake the right hand and have the right conversation and deliver the absolutely perfect proposition for that scenario. But if not, don't be discouraged, because it is a land of opportunity, an abundant opportunity at that. And if you invest the effort and the time and have something to bring of value, there is an opportunity for you.
OK, stay with us. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Meanwhile, we're going to get a quick check of some of the other stories we're following for you now. OK, some news in brief for you now. Fresh official figures show that Saudi Arabia's industrial production grew 1.5% year-on-year during the month of May. Amongst other things, this reflects continued growth in non-oil activity, notably in manufacturing and mining. It also underscores progress made in the kingdom's economic diversification effort. Fresh data from the central bank points to a 5% increase in point-of-sale transactions across multiple sectors. Hotels are seeing the sharpest growth, with spending up there more than 22%, followed by telecoms. Well, Riyadh dominates point-of-sales transactions, followed by Jeddah and Dammam. And the Saudi delivery platform Jahez has agreed to acquire a majority stake in the Qatari e-commerce platform Snunu. The deal, which is worth $225 million, will see Jahez buying about 75% of Snunu's share capital. For our final story today, the Esports World Cup is now officially underway in Riyadh. It's an event that captivates gaming enthusiasts from across the globe. And during the course of the next 7 weeks, it's expected to bring together some 2,000 competitors from 84 different countries. Well, according to one estimate, the global gaming industry generates around $240 billion every single year. And that figure is on an upward trajectory. Well, a reflection of the value of gaming, the prize pool for this year's Esports World Cup in Riyadh is $70 million. That is the largest prize pool in the industry. Well, here's what the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation, Prince Faisal bin Sultan, had to say about that staggering prize.
Prize pools this big are life-changing for any young man or woman. To be able to compete at that age and really reach the pinnacle, not just of your sport, but to also create a life-changing income from it, I think is amazing. It is something that you see in other sports, like football or American football or basketball. And these young men and women put in just as much time, just as much work, and just as much effort. And now they're realizing that they can earn just as much as people in other traditional sports. And I think this is what they deserve and what they've earned, and I look forward to that growing in many tournaments around the world and not just this one.
OK, Prince Faisal bin Sultan speaking there. Ali, this is a really valuable industry, isn't it? It's huge. It's hugely popular in Saudi, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But that goes some way, doesn't it, to explaining that $70 million prize pool?
70 million sounds like a big number, but it's a drop in the ocean when you consider the scale of the industry and the opportunity here. By 2030, it's expected that the esports and gaming industry may be adding tens of billions of dollars to the Saudi economy. Nearly $40 billion has been allocated through the works of entities like Savvy Games Group to invest into gaming and esports. There's quite an extensive national gaming and esports strategy in place, and with good reason. The gaming and esports strategy brings with it opportunities for IP development, publishing, technology, infrastructure, and it may surprise you to know, 2/3 of the Saudi population, nearly 23 million people, are considered gaming enthusiasts. So it's not just a global phenomenon. Saudi in particular has a special place in their hearts for gaming, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been heard saying previously that he doesn't mind a game of COD or two from time to time either. I think he said this in his interview with Fox last year. So it's an industry. Of course, it's one which creates a creative spirit. It creates culture. The event that we're seeing now is bringing large numbers of people through the kingdom, and they're getting to not only witness the gaming significance of all the efforts, but also what is the kingdom. And this is now starting to translate also into, as I said, many of the different disciplines, from publishing to technology, infrastructure, and beyond.
Yeah, esports and video games in general, clearly on the rise in Saudi Arabia. As we've been saying, turning it into a professional activity, and that goes some way to explaining the huge investment in a prize pool like that. Well, let's listen now to what the head of the Saudi esports Falcon team, Musad Al-Dosari, had to say about this esports World Cup and the opportunities that it presents.
As a Saudi person, it's a dream for everything that's happening here. To see the best players in different titles is a dream. To play as well on the stage and people cheering for you in your home country in the biggest stage and biggest conditions. It's a dream for every gamer to witness their favorite player. Yeah, I think the prizes and the competitions are on a massive scale. The 70 million is the biggest in terms of the prize pool alongside every another esports event. And I think that's important as a game changer for players, organizations, and for everyone. And you can see the emotions through the players once they win or once they lose, and how important it is. And as well, its legacy, which they want to create forever.
Okay, so clearly an important industry, an important business, this business of gaming, and very popular, as you've been saying, in Saudi Arabia. I mean, are there any national initiatives or policies that are helping to drive that trend?
Certainly. There's a national gaming and esports strategy that was laid out a few years ago and touches on some of the areas that I mentioned just before. Seeks to address the gaming and esports industry in terms of technology, infrastructure, IP publishing, which is then translated into a list of objectives to ensure that there's capital, investment and resources available, that we're driving the cultural development. So the Ministry of Culture has an interest in developing this throughout the kingdom. They take a role, particularly in development of creative applications. Of course, there are the technology layers. So the CST, the Communications, Space and Technology Commission, actually publishes a report every quarter. Every quarter they publish a report called Game Mode to evaluate the strength of the networks, the communications infrastructure, basically the availability of internet and the latency, the bandwidth, to ensure that the gaming and esports ecosystem is thriving and abundant. I mean, if you are a gamer, which I don't know if you are or not, Tom.
Not really, I was going to ask you the same question. Are you a gamer?
I don't get as much time to play games these days, but, once upon a time I played a lot of games, and if you're a gamer, the worst thing in the world is to be playing a game of Call of Duty, try and shoot someone in the head, and, there's a 3-second delay, there's a lag. So, this is the intricacy of the strategy, like there is, like we see with many of the initiatives at the national level. Even down to the infrastructure and ensuring that games do not skip a heartbeat, quite literally. There's efforts behind it. So there is a national gaming and esports strategy. There are various initiatives underway across the different entities. The Ministry of Culture takes a role. The communications bodies take a role in ensuring infrastructure and availability. There are interests at a capital and investment level. So SVC has backed a number of investments to promote the venture ecosystem around gaming and esports. All in all, it's a national effort, and like with many other things, there's a broad base of initiatives at a public and a private sector level.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. Thank you for your analysis. Thanks for being with us today. And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Much appreciate you tuning in. Look forward to seeing you again very soon on this channel.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A very fragile peace, signs of internal instability, and now another outbreak of violence with a minority group. Does Syria's interim government need to do more to maintain control of the country? Israel says it carried out airstrikes on Syria to protect the Druze community. But were they also a tactic to disrupt Syria's revival? Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Long-held rivalries and internal fighting between disparate communities is unfortunately nothing new in Syria. In March, breakaway government troops attacked Alawites, accused of sympathising with the former rulers. In April, fringe fighters targeted Druze for allegedly making insulting comments. In June, ISIS terrorists bombed a Christian church in Damascus. And come July, fighting between Bedouin tribes and Druze had left more than 300 dead. Is Syria's Sunni-led government failing in its promise to unify the country? In the wake of the violence, the president had this to say.
كما أخص في كلمتي هذه أهلنا من الدروز.
I also address the Druze people, who are an integral part of the fabric of this nation. Syria will never be a place for division or fragmentation, or sowing discord amongst this people. We assure you that protecting your rights and freedom is one of our priorities.
They're comforting words, but many groups in Syria are still waiting to see some action to back them up. Perpetrators of recent violence haven't been brought to justice, and minorities make up only a tiny fraction of the new transitional government. Then there are the external factors threatening Syria's stability. Israel says its airstrikes and drone attacks in Sweida and Damascus were an effort to protect the Druze. The Syrian government, though, sees it differently.
Israel, which has been targeting our stability and creating discord among us since the fall of the former regime, is now seeking once again to transform our pure land into an arena of endless chaos. It seeks to dismantle the unity of our people and weaken our ability to move forward in the process of reconstruction.
So were Israel's actions purely altruistic? Or does a fractured Syria serve a greater purpose for them? Coming up, we'll debate just what is Israel's game plan. Does it really want peace for Syria? What more does Syria's interim government need to do to ensure unity and stability? And is there a risk of regional escalation? Well, joining us to discuss events inside Syria is Labib Nahas, a Syrian political analyst and director of the Syrian Association for Citizens' Dignity. From Turkey, we have Cengiz Firat, a former Turkish ambassador who has also overseen policy for the Middle East during his time at the country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And rounding out our panel, Saret Zahavi, president of the Alma Research and Education Centre and expert in security challenges across Israel's northern borders. Thank you all for being here with us on Counterpoints. Well, fighting in southern Syria in particular is really complex, and not least because the Druze community itself is somewhat divided. Some support the new government, others are fighting against it under the command of a breakaway faction leader, Sheikh Hikmat al-Hajari. So when Israel intervened, the Druze reaction to those strikes was also split. Some viewed the hits as an illegal attack on a sovereign country. Others welcomed Israel's show of force and its support. Outside the country, many of Israel's supporters were shocked at the strikes, particularly when you consider Syria had been on the record as saying it didn't want a conflict with Israel, and it even started dialogue about possibly joining the Abraham Accords. So we're going to touch on all of those issues, but I want to start with you first, Sarit, and ask, is Israel really concerned with protecting the Druze community? Or were these strikes, did they have a broader interest as well?
Both, of course. Yes, the Israel is interested in defending the Druze, but also making a very clear message that we are not going to accept harassment, massacre, and killings of this minority in Syria. And it is clear to us that in order to build the trust with the new government of Syria, which is, I don't know, part of Al-Qaeda, the message should be very, very clear. To continue this way, to harass minorities, and we've seen what happened with the Alawites as well. This is a problem. And when it's next to our border, a few kilometers from our border, this is something that we're not going to accept. But actually, there is one more reason why we had done that. And it's the fact that we have a Druze population inside Israel. And it's a minority that was loyal to the state of Israel basically from the beginning. And they asked us, when this started a few months ago, not today, or not this week, to protect their brothers and sisters in Syria. And we promised them that we will do that. And this was a major part of the decision, and of course there was a dilemma here, of the decision to eventually act and to send a very clear message to Ahmed Ashara and Jolani that Israel has red lines, and we want to make sure that militias, jihadists, or his own militias, I don't know, will not endanger the Druze, and in the future will not endanger us. I think this is also very important.
Labib, what do you make of that, especially when you consider that we have heard some members of the Druze community speaking out and opposing Israel's actions?
Yeah, I think this is a highly manufactured logic and just a red herring from the Israeli side. There's an ample number of examples in the past of Druze being targeted by the Assad regime, facing hardship, and we haven't seen any intervention from Israel in that regard. Adding to that the fact that Druze themselves are second-class citizens de facto in Israel. So I think and also actually, before I forget, there is a clear statement from a majority of Druze before the last incidents that took place in the last 24 to 48 hours, where they are clearly, like Bal'ous and Jabur and others, some of the heads of the Druze community, saying they do not need Israeli protection. And they are seeking to integrate within the new Syrian state, and they show their allegiance to Syria as a country. I'm not really very interested in the authority itself. Myself, I'm not a big fan of the current head of the authority. But we're talking about the interest of the entire country. I think that the real reason behind Israel's attacks, they have been said very clearly and openly by the Israeli government. It's really to create a demilitarized zone in the south of Syria. It is to expand the buffer area that they have, which they already did. They have an extra 500 square kilometers in addition to the Golan Heights. They have 9 new bases. So I think this is really the main reason, and also to continue the Ben Gurion's doctrine of supporting minorities in neighboring countries. And actually, we can see now a trickle-down effect where other minorities that have small extremist groups within them calling for secessionist approach in the country, they're gaining momentum. So I think these are the real reasons behind what happened in the last 48 hours.
Ambassador, I'm going to bring you in a moment, but I could see you sort of making some notes there, Sarah. Do you want to respond to anything directly of what Labib has just said?
I'm not sure that during the Assad regime, the Druze were attacked exactly the same way. There was a civil war there. And you know what? I want to say something. We have learned some lessons from October 7th. And we enabled monsters to grow on our borders before October 7th, whether in Hezbollah in Lebanon or Hamas in Gaza. And I think that part of the policy of the State of Israel that we are seeing now, and it's okay to criticize it, is a lesson of what happened in October 7th and the fact that we cannot afford the establishment of a jihadi militias that are part of Al-Qaeda and maybe even part of ISIS. And we've seen some of the pictures that came out of those events with some of those fighters having patches of ISIS on their vests. We cannot afford that these guys will be next to the Israeli border. I agree that we want to see the buffer zone re-established on the other side of the border. But unfortunately, this buffer zone doesn't exist since 2013 when the civil war came to the border. And we had basically everybody on the other side of the border fighting each other, the rebels, the regime, Hezbollah, other militias, everybody were there except for us. And when El-Jolani came to power, there was an Israeli decision that this time we are going to make sure that a new threat is not being created next to our border instead of the old threat that was posed by Hezbollah, Iran, and Assad.
Ambassador Firat, I'm curious as to what you make of what's been said on both sides, particularly given we know that Turkey itself likes to maintain its border security with Syria. It's conducted operations along its border. It's pushing for a buffer zone to enhance its own security. So what do you make of what Sarah is saying, that this is a security operation for Israel?
And I would add that there are Turkish forces inside Syria and much bigger buffer zone than the one we are talking about on the Israeli border.
Thank you very much for the comments on behalf of Turkey, but let me speak if you wish. Now, concerning all the recent events, I think we have to take a step back and have a look at what's happening in Syria itself. After Bashar Assad's regime was toppled, we all in the region, maybe with the exception of some, have come to the conclusion that we need a stable Syria. And for that, I think everybody's in unison. Most of the players, even Iran is silent on this issue. At the moment. And we've all discussed this on many occasions in many fora, etc. And we wanted to give Shara a chance. What's happened with the Alawite minority, what happened between the Bedouin tribes and the Druze, etc., these are things that have happened before and will probably happen again. Syria is a very heavily armed place. Every single family has arms, every tribe is armed, we have different sections, we have different ethnic groups, etc. The reality on the ground is that countries such as Turkey and Arab countries and the US, as Mr. Barak has stated, the US ambassador in Ankara and also the representative for Syria, we all want Shara's government to succeed in bringing together a stable Syria, whereby they can go forward with a constitution, an intact Syria. But this Syria, if you look at it from a point of view of military action, is no threat to Israel. There's no threat to Israel. So what Israel is doing now is excessive. Protecting the Druze is something else. Going and bombing Damascus is something else.
Okay.
Therefore,
what do you say, Sarah?
We need to take a step back.
What do you make of the ambassador's comments there, that Syria is no threat to Israel?
Syria as a country is a failed state. It is not a threat to Israel. But militias armed next to the Israeli border holding radical ideology is a threat to Israel, and we've seen the same platform growing in Gaza. I just want to make sure we all understand. These were not just Bedouins who attacked the Druze over there in southern Syria. There were around 1,000 of the soldiers of Bashar that participated in this. And they were wearing uniforms, those guys who entered Sweida, and shaved the mustaches of the Druze. I have a question. I would truly like to know, how do we defend minorities? I agree with the panel in one thing. This is not the only Israel's role. Okay, Israel is entering into a vacuum here, while nobody defended those guys. And people were killed. The Alawites are an example, and the Druze. How do we make sure that in the rehabilitation of the Syrian state, which all of us agree that it's for the benefit of the Syrian people, and I want to say, as an Israeli, and my father was born in Damascus, he came to live here before the state of Israel was established when he was 11 years old. I will be on the first bus to Damascus when there will be a normalization agreement. I would love to visit Damascus as a tourist, and I would love to see my father's house. But how do we make sure that the security interests of Israel are being met? And how do we make sure that minorities in Syria are not going to be massacred by lunatics, jihadi lunatics, which are clearly part of those who just did what they did for the Druze in Sweida?
Okay. Labib, on behalf of Syria, perhaps, what do you have to say to that? How does Syria need to protect these minority groups?
Yeah, I think protecting minorities and even creating a secure Middle East, not only for Syria, but for neighboring countries, definitely not go through bombing countries into submission or into peace. Peace will not be achieved by forcing Syrians to accept a normalization under completely unfair and aggressive conditions. Again, I reiterate, I have my own issues with the authorities, with the current authorities and the persona of the head of the authority. This is a fact, and this is something that a lot of Syrians share with me, but we're talking here about a Syrian state. We're talking here about a new era where even this authority has given a lot of right steps and right statements and narratives moving forward, but we have to put context to everything that goes on in Syria, which the ambassador actually touched on it. There is a legacy of 6 decades of systematic brutalization and sectarian ruling of the country, where the Assad regime purposely divided the country on ethno-religious basis and had segments of society fighting each other, confronting each other in order to solidify its ruling. So what happened in Daraa, or in Sweida, sorry, as deplorable as it is, it's not an exception, unfortunately. It happened in the past, and as the ambassador said, it will happen again until we get a strong, stable, centralized government. This is not only the Syria of al-Shara or HDS or whoever. This is the Syria of everybody. And by the way, what Israel is doing right now is creating a new legacy. Probably bombing will get you some security results for now on the short term. But on the long term, if you're really serious about peace in the region, you have to think about this generation and generations to come. How do you think Syrians will react when we see our capital being bombed and the building of the Ministry of Defense bombed 50 years after the war of 1973? This never happened. This escalation is something that the likes of which we have not seen my generation. And I'm already almost 50.
That you are building.
So, sorry, just let me finish.
What is the legacy that you are building? What is the legacy that you are building
a legacy cannot be built.
Are shaving the mustaches?
A legacy cannot. Sorry, I did not interrupt you. The legacy cannot be built in 6 months. Let's be reasonable and let's be logical. There has been a lot of progress in this regard. You cannot compare the sectarian violence under the Assad regime, which, by the way, got the acceptance of the Israeli government for decades. You cannot compare what has happened in Syria in the last 6 months, despite the fact that actually it was the remnants of the regime, the loyalists of the regime in the coast, who started a sophisticated attack, by the way, supported by your enemy, Iran and Hezbollah. which led to the events in the coast. So a lot of what you see right now is a reaction. You have people, yes, they are in the armed groups right now. They were in the rebel groups before, but they are either the relatives, the fathers, the sons, the brothers of people who were massacred in Assad regime prisons, in war. And now when these confrontations are happening, all these feelings are flaring up. So back to the key question, protecting minorities in Syria, we need a strong centralized government. And yes, we need to create a new social pact and a new culture, political culture, and a new citizenship based on equal rights for everyone. This will take time. This legacy will take time. And I think everybody in the panel knows that point.
And if I can,
I totally agree that you need a strong government. Agree with that's my question. Do you truly control the jihadi militias that did all these war crimes to the Druze in the past few days? Are those who massacred the Druze and shaved their mustaches and I don't know what else did they do going to be tried and jailed by El-Julani? What exactly are we talking about here? I don't understand.
Here. Indeed, Ambassador, let's hear from you because the point you're making there, Sarah, we're going to come to in our very next section. So, Ambassador, you jump in and give us your thoughts.
Yes, well, let's not dwell on the little details of what happened in the last couple of days. What's happening in Syria and what's happening in the region is very important. If we're going to talk about people and states and others intervening in other countries' affairs, citing minority issues, this is opening the Pandora's box. And apparently Israel wants to go down that line. You have a bigger minority group in Israel, the Arabs. You don't seem to be intervening on their behalf, whether be it Christian or whether be it Muslim. We saw what happened with the settlers a couple of days ago. Now, at the same time, when Israel says I'm intervening on behalf of a minority because of their human rights, etc., what's happening in Gaza? You're talking about shaving somebody's beard, or fine, but we're seeing hundreds of babies being killed every day. Let's be honest. Let's be fair. Israel doesn't have the right under international law to interfere the way it does. You cannot go and bomb somebody's capital. It's just a no-go.
So the jihadists of El-Julani has the right under international law to do everything they had done in the past few days. Who is going to enforce that?
You've crossed red lines too many times. Your red lines for you is very special. Everybody else has red lines. And the Syrian people, like the previous speaker said, have the right to reform their government, their state, even their army. They stated everybody, including the Kurds, including the Druze, including the Alawites, everybody should lay down their weapons and join the new army. It's going to take time. Let it happen. Don't interfere from the outside like you do at the moment. It's not conducive to stability in the region at all. You know it, we know it, everybody knows it. You're going too far.
Sarat, your response?
Well, again, it's funny that I'm being lectured by somebody who is Turkish, that is actually having military forces inside Syria, at least in the past few years, maybe a decade, in northern Syria and next to the Kurdish areas of Syria. It's funny that we are talking about minorities' right when we are talking about Syria and the Kurds of Syria. But okay, I don't want to drag this discussion into Gaza because I think it's another half an hour. We can do that in a different opportunity.
We should.
All I want to ask,
should, and you should be able to speak about it.
I would love to. We'll do that.
You should be able to speak about it. Yes.
Would love to. But all I want to ask is a very clear question. And my question is, and I want to move forward this discussion maybe, because we are going to go back to the negotiation table and we are going to go to continue to talk about normalization and to talk about agreements between Israel and Syria. This is what was discussed before these few days. This is what is going to be discussed later. Like it or not, the Europeans, the Americans, they are all on board with it. And I think that Israel and Syria are both on board with it, with all the disputes. My question is, who is going to make sure that factions like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, are not going to be part of those militias under El-Julani, that it's either El-Julani is supporting everything that just happened, or that he is not controlling his own people while they are doing what they had done. I didn't see until now, and this is not the first time that there are clashes with the Druze over there and the Alawites, doesn't matter. I didn't see until now, nobody was trialed. Giuliani talked about a few months ago and yesterday about, or today, about an investigation, about making sure that it's not going to happen again. What are the mechanisms to make sure that it's not going to happen again, that he does control those militias? And as I've said, eventually, we want to make sure that we are not ending up with ISIS on the other side of the border. That's the basic need of the State of Israel. We are going to insist on that in any agreement in the future. And I think this is the main motivation to everything we had done now, besides the internal motivation of Israel, as I've said, as a commitment to the Druze population inside Israel.
This motivation is fine, as long as you don't go bombarding other people's countries. I think we will be all on board to make sure that you get your security checks in place, that Syria gets to have a stable country that is workable, where everybody joins in and everybody lives together as they did thousands of years before as well. Now, as far as the region is concerned, I think Americans, the Europeans, the Turks, the Arabs, everybody's on board. We all need to negotiate. We all need to talk. And what happened in the last couple of days was excessive on part of Israel, for sure. So as we see recently, excess is becoming too much. Too many red lines are being crossed, and you're not going to solve the situation like this. So please, let's come back to the negotiating table. As you said, I fully agree with you on that one, but we need to negotiate.
Both of those points lead on to our next couple of segments. First of all, let's sort of move in the direction that Sarat was asking with that question there about unity, about how Syria ensures minorities are included, because Syria's interim government has pledged inclusion and vowed to protect Syria's diverse communities. And part of that involves, as some of you, our panellists, have mentioned, consolidating the armed forces under a unified military. Now, most minority groups have agreed to disarm and integrate into that military, but some Druze factions have refused, insisting they be allowed to keep their weapons and independent militia for their own protection. And it's divisions like that that remain destabilising forces in the fractured country. So, Labib, maybe we should come to you first for response to what Sarat was asking, and also to elaborate on whether you believe that Syrian unity is under threat. What more does the al-Sharaa government need to do to ensure it sort of backs that vow of unity?
First of all, just a quick note, Turkish people are more than welcome in Syria, so you don't have a problem with that. I can't say the same about others, but just for the ambassadors to know. As for how we make sure that minorities are protected, really I'm not going to be taking lectures or questions from any Israeli side about how to do that, because we are the Syrians who are more interested in that. This is a major concern for us, because we fully understand that we cannot have a sustainable government nor a sustainable state and a new social pact unless the majority plays its natural historical role in the country, and at the same time, as part of that role, is to secure and protect minorities. Now, I have to go back to the legacy, because this is really important. Otherwise, we're going to be fooling ourselves about how fast and how quick this can be done. We're trying to reverse the effect of 6 decades and 14 years of a revolution, and some people will call it a civil war. So this is extremely complex, and it's very unrealistic, unfair. It doesn't matter what we think about the current authorities. It is unfair to expect that this is going to be done quickly, especially when you have external factors and forces like Iran and Israel encouraging certain sectors of the minorities to basically not enroll in this process. If we take the Druze as an example, the vast majority openly said that they want to be part of the coming Syrian state. But of course, when you have a faction of them supported, encouraged, incited by Israel to stand their ground, to refuse under whatever pretext, again, if we're going to keep dwelling about what happened in history, we will never going to move ahead. And yes, back to your question, I think the current authorities can do a lot more. And frankly speaking, I think they are missing on opportunities. All the main milestones of the transitional period, whether it was the national dialogue, the constitutional declaration, and now the formation of the legislative body, they're being done in a very rushed and not transparent manner. Syrians themselves, and I'm not talking about only minorities, but Syrians at large, they have questions, they have legitimate concerns, but we need time. We need time and a little bit of patience, but we need to keep the pressure on the authority. We need to change the political culture in the country. But this, under no circumstances, the social change that we need, the political change that we need, the political transition cannot be forced nor directed by external factors, and definitely not by bombing the hell out of the country.
We didn't bomb the hell out of the country. If we had bombed the hell out of the country, the results were completely different. We picked our targets very clearly.
So we have to be grateful that you didn't kill more civilians. Is that your message? Is that your message?
That's only the last 2 days.
Negotiation of peace.
Most of the Israeli attacks
before that, you did bomb. You did bomb before.
And by the way, no, you did kill civilians. You did kill civilians.
And let me also add, you did bomb beforehand. You did bomb every single marine port that existed, every single airport that existed. Any sort of heavy weaponry that existed in Syria was bombed straight after Bashar al-Assad was gone. So,
of course we did.
Let's be honest.
The alternative was to enable Ashara, which was the head of Al-Qaeda in Syria, the organization that is responsible for September 11, to get all the munition that was in the hands of Assad and Hezbollah before that. Of course we did. As I've said, we are not going to enable any radical ideology to grow on the other side of the border. I must say something. We are having this discussion in English. It's funny. This discussion is being held in Western language, not only the English, but the way we all speak to each other. But we all live in the Middle East. Let's be honest with each other. Syria is not exactly a nation state, I don't know, like Turkey or like Egypt. The sects in Syria are not just religious sects, and religion in the Middle East is much more than just a belief in Allah or in God.
Okay, I have to stop you there.
This is really.
All right. Let's get your response, Ambassador, first.
There are differences of who they are, what
if you may, the moderator,
and the reason that they were.
Okay, Sarah. Let's just let the ambassador respond.
And is exactly for that reason.
Ambassador.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, first of all, the Middle East Syria is just one example of the Middle East. Turkey is the same. Israel is the same. Jordan is the same. Many countries in the Middle East are the same. Iran is the same. Most countries are a mixture of different ethnicities, different religions, different backgrounds, different cultures, etc. But we all live together, and we should all learn to live together again. What I would like to underline is your word. Of course we did, was the answer she gave. Yes, we went and we bombed everything we wanted, and of course we did, is the answer they give. This is not conducive to going forward. Just because you're strong at the moment, it doesn't mean you have the right to go and do what you're doing at the moment. What you're doing in Gaza is despicable. What you're doing in Syria is despicable. You've invaded their land, not just the Golan Heights.
Why don't you condemn what the Julianist forces did to the Druze in Syria? How come you're not condemning that? I don't understand. This is despicable as well.
Who says we didn't condemn? If you look at the statements that came out of Turkey, they did condemn. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I am the same. And let me add on this issue. I totally support the formalization and the normalization process that needs to go forward. And the Shara government has to make sure and ensure that all the minorities are treated fairly, honestly, under the same rights, equal rights, one after another, everybody. And this is what he said yesterday. And if there are people who are doing wrong, they should be punished. I'm sorry. This is the same in Turkey. This is the same in Israel.
Labib,
Yes.
what's your... Just a moment, Sarah. I want to get Labib's response to this, first of all, because you did say earlier that Turkey is welcome, but Israel's interventions aren't. I'm just curious, one, respond to what Sarah and the ambassador has said, and if you're very adamant that this is a process that Syrians need to partake themselves, why are you less concerned with Turkey's intervention along the border as opposed to Israel's?
First of all, let me just go back to the issue of Syria not being a nation state. Again, this is very rich coming from your guest coming from Israel, where their 2018 nation state law declared Israel as a nation state for Jewish people, automatically relegating Arab Druze and others to second-class citizens. The fact that we Syrians have such a rich, diverse society and that they remain there for centuries, feeling themselves as part of this great country, is just a testament that this is the real identity of the Syrians and this is the real culture. As for the Turkish intervention, I was very precise. I was referring to the presence of Turkish people in general, of the intervention. There was a very clear context, historic context, political and military and security context at the time. The havoc that Bashar Assad's regime, in collaboration with Iran, Hezbollah, and other proxies, caused in Syria, turned the border between Syria and Turkey into a direct threat to the Turkish people. But before that, it became the only refuge area for us. That border was hosting more than 4 million Syrian people that fled away from the Assad regime. They were basically given the choice between being killed, jailed, tortured, as we've seen in Sadnaya and other jails, or seek refuge. And Turkey was kind enough to us as Syrians that it protected that last refuge that we had in North Syria. So yes, I welcome Turkey and any country that would have helped us at that point in time when we were at the weakest moment in our recent history. Now, again, back to the comments of your guest about bombing everything. Well, they did that, as the ambassador did. They bombed all the Syrian missile, air, naval capabilities, ammunition, etc. But funny enough, they didn't do that when that arsenal was in the hands of the Assad regime. What does really that tell me? That Israel was okay with the Assad regime, the sectarian regime that committed mass murders, war crimes, crimes against humanity, all documented over decades. But it suddenly became a danger when a nascent government, a state was born and has given all sort of at least verbal assurances and certain steps on the ground to show that a change is coming. There's a huge paradox in everything I'm hearing, and ultimately the final product of that is that it is okay to bomb anyone. It's okay to invade the sovereignty of any nation. It's okay to attack the capital. It's okay to intervene and mingle in the affairs of other countries, albeit because there is an Israeli point of view that there is a risk or imminent threat, etc. So no, I don't think that these actions, they might yield in some immediate short-term results from a security point of view, but they are creating a deadly legacy that probably will pass from generation to another.
Okay, that's interesting, actually.
You know,
and
Sarah,
I'm going to get your response to that in just a moment, because this feeds perfectly into our final section, and I'm going to get you to comment directly onto it. Syria is really at the crossroads of regional and international interests in the Middle East. Israel's attacks there have been met with a united front, though, across the region, including strongly worded condemnation from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt and the UAE, amongst others. So, Sarah, directly responding to with that in mind, to what Labib has said, is there a risk that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is uniting the region against it with actions like this?
Look, I don't want to get into Israeli politics. The harshest criticizers of the Israeli government is Israelis. But I want to answer to my colleague here. And it's funny because you're talking about legacy and you're talking about collective memory. So let's refresh our memory. Israel attacked in Syria hundreds of times during the civil war against those shipments, against Damascus airports, against Aleppo airports, when they were used to transfer the Iranian munition into Syria and then to the hands of the Iranian militias and Hezbollah. We assisted in the civil war, during the civil war in Syria. We gave medical treatment to 7,000 Syrians inside Israel on our expense in our hospitals that were loaded with Israeli people that are sick, and they took their beds literally. I live up north. I know how difficult it was for us to do it. Our hospitals almost went to bankruptcy because we treated the wounded Syrians for weeks and months. People came severely wounded from the civil war. Have you forgotten all of that? We provided humanitarian aid. I myself took my daughter's toys and clothing and contributed to the Syrian people just on the other side of the border. This is something that was happening every day by Israelis. Did you forget all of that? And one last thing about internal situation in Israel. Yes, we are 80% Jews and 20% non-Jewish. Nobody here is shaving the mustaches of the other one. And Arabs here are living in the best conditions minorities can get anywhere in the Middle East. And since you mentioned Gaza, I will end up with one sentence. We had unilaterally withdrawn from Gaza in 2005, taking out not only the live Jews that lived there, but also those who were dead from their graves, leaving Gaza for the Gazians. And we ended up with 20 years of rockets that were launched from Gaza to our communities. Our children basically grew up in the shelters. And then came October 7th. That's the zoom out of everything that you just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, give us your take on this regional situation. Could Israel's actions even put it on a collision course with Turkey?
I think Israel's actions has put it on a collision course with everybody, not just to single out a single country. The internal, our commentator doesn't want to speak about internal developments in Israel. Maybe she's right, because there are I have a lot of Israeli friends who are very, very adamant about how things are going wrong and how things have been treated in a very bad way. The reactions are excessive. The red lines have been crossed many times. International law has been trampled upon. So I don't think it's a matter of, when she's talking about giving toys, etc., fine, all this is fine. We took care of 4 million people inside of Syria and another 7 million people inside of Turkey. Giving a couple of toys is good. Taking care of maybe a population bigger than Israel is something else. Everybody has something to say. The time has come for Israel to calm down. It's being excessive. It's being excessive. It has to calm down. And it has to leave Syria, deal with its own issues, try to find a peaceful resolution to everything. Yes, when there's excessive forces, yes, they should be dealt with. And we should all align on that. I agree with you on that completely. But it doesn't mean that we go full force ahead and bomb everybody out of the picture. That is excessive, and that's my last point.
Labib, there were reports that there was dialogue taking place between Syria and Israel with regards to Syria perhaps joining the Abraham Accords. Do you think there is any appetite amongst the administration and amongst Syrians themselves to resume those talks?
Well, frankly speaking, I think the events of the last 48 hours will make this is a very, very, very difficult, if not impossible, sell for any Syrian administration or authorities to the Syrian people. I think you've seen the reaction of the Syrian population in many cities because they could only see what happened as an unprovoked aggression, difficult to understand. And let me be the black sheep here and talk about the politics inside Israel, because they are the real reason or big part of the real reason why this happened. I think it's clear to everybody that Netanyahu is trying to save his personal political career. I mean, it's not a coincidence that yesterday he had to excuse himself from his own trial because he had to attend a national security issue, which was Syria. Netanyahu is interested in a perpetual regional war that will keep the state of Israel in a state of war for a long time to come until he can secure his personal political future. So I honestly think that a fragmented, weak Syria, where we could see the rise of new ideological groups, violent extremists, is much of a bigger risk to Israel and to us Syrians to start with and to the region than assisting a centralized, strong government in taking its time and forming. I understand the challenges, and these challenges are for us Syrians before our neighbors. But we need time. We cannot reverse history and change it in 6 months to what happened in 6 decades. And finally, and I will close with this, thanks a lot for the toys, but I think we would rather not get any toys and you don't bomb us after that. And the bombing that Israel conducted against the Assad regime and the Iranians were purely and merely to protect their own national interests, just to be clear.
Sarah, do you want to respond directly to that before we close off with the ambassador?
I don't think I received answer. How do you make sure that this will not happen again in southern Syria, and how do you meet our security needs, making sure that Ashara is not growing ISIS just on the other side of our border? I'm sorry.
Labib?
Yeah, well, we don't have to give answers to anyone about that, because it is our problem that we're trying to solve, and we establish a roadmap to that. Right? That roadmap requires a little bit of time in order to integrate all armed forces into the state organization, state institutions, the army, the security forces, start training, start changing the mindset, also give chance to the civil rest, to the harmonization of the Syrian society. This is a multi-level, multifaceted approach. Again, this is not one kind of activity or project or focus that we have. It cannot be solved just through action from the government. There is a society part to it. It cannot be solved only at security and military level. There are other levels. This is extremely complex, and we are just simplifying it in one question. How can you guarantee? This is something that will take time, and this is something in the interest of the Syrian people before being the interest of our neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador, do you think Turkey can and should be doing more to ensure that Syria is a stable and peaceful place, that Turkey and Israel feel secure on their borders? As neighbours, is there more that Turkey could be doing?
I think Syria could be the litmus test for the whole region, and also for Turkey and Israel's relations in the future. If we can come to a common understanding that Syria, even with all the militias that our Israeli partner here is claiming exists on the ground to harm Israel, even if they come on board with the new Syrian army, the new Syrian army under whatever regime is going to take fold in a stable Syria is not going to be any threat to the current Israeli defense forces. This is the reality on the ground. So once Israel accepts this, not accepts it, but actually talks about it openly and honestly, and doesn't go forward with its own idea, as she stated in the beginning, that Syria is a failed state. No, we shouldn't have a failed state. We should have a stable, unitary state with its territory intact. Mm-hmm. That's the end game. And I think both Turkey and Israel and the US should work on this. And I think the US understands this more than Israel at the moment. I hope the Israelis will listen to the US a little bit more.
Well, that remains to be seen. Perhaps, hopefully, we'll have all three of you back on for another discussion, maybe with some better news as the weeks and months go by. But for now, unfortunately, we're out of time. We appreciate all of your insights, all of your points of view. Thank you so much for being on Counterpoints. Labib Nahas, Syrian political analyst, and from Turkey, Cengiz Firat, a former Turkish diplomat, and Saret Zahavi, president of the Alma Research and Education Center. Thank you to all of you for your contribution.
Thank you. Shukran.
And as always, we thank you, our audience at home, for joining us here on Counterpoints. To watch all the latest debates and interviews, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and be sure to follow us across our social media platforms on X and TikTok. Thanks for your company. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Munich. The city of Munich holds a lot of great mystery, with a dozen of fun and unique things to do and discover. Regardless of your interests, you will surely find something to marvel at, enjoy, and take part in Munich. Most famous, perhaps, is the Oktoberfest. It lasts for 16 days, from late September to early October. It is a beer festival, celebrating the city's best world-class beers in its huge halls and tents. Many tourists flock to the city for an Oktoberfest experience. Munich is also known for its open green spaces. An example would be the English Garden, a large, beautiful park that you will find right in the middle of Munich. It's a lovely place to visit, whether you just want to see the greenery or you're looking for a place to stroll. Refreshments such as food and beer are also being sold nearby for your convenience. The gardens definitely make a beautiful addition to the city. The Christmas markets in Munich are also popular reasons for tourists to visit. Among the few, most well known is the Christkindlmarkt. Hailed for its very welcoming atmosphere that both tourists and the locals delight in. The market produces a great shopping experience, as local products that make thoughtful gifts are sold throughout. There's also music and dancing to complete the nightlife. And of course, amazing food and drinks, including the world-famous Glühwein. For a dose of history and culture, there are the Munich museums. The city is in fact known for its variety of museums, catering to a vast range of interests. For instance, there's the Old Pinakothek, an art museum. While there's the Deutsches Museum that's filled with all things science. Imagine, there's also a BMW museum specially dedicated to the vehicles. Last but not least are the Bavarian lakes and mountains. Here, you can use your car to zip through Munich's most beautiful lakes. To name a few, the Tegernsee, Schliersee, and Garmisch-Partenkirchen are only about an hour away. You can just sit back, relax, and appreciate the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic, the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was for its own interest. It was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had 1 egg or 2 eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that 1/2 of Israelis, 47%, 1/2 of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see, and the ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply a International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan, it took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the US invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
It was difficult for him to do so.
If it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder. How have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan.
Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
US President Donald Trump has just delivered his long-awaited statement on the Ukrainian war during a meeting with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House. Trump threatened 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if no peace deal is reached within 50 days. He also called it Biden's war and voiced disappointment in Putin. He announced new weapons and a deal that would be with Europe footing the bill. Take a listen to what he had to say.
As you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine, and would like to see it end. It wasn't my war, it was Biden's war. It's not my war, I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz and the Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, here with me in the studio. Wissam, we'll pass to you first in Riyadh. What do you make of this latest move by Trump? Do you think this is necessary to get Putin to finally agree to a deal?
It is very difficult to anticipate any kind of action from Putin because Putin doesn't seem to be feeling a lot of pressure, honestly. But it would be interesting also to see how Trump is starting to use the tariffs as a weapon for everything, for countries who disrespect him or for countries who will not show enough will to make deals with him. So one weapon for all, which is the tariffs. Now, the big question that we have to ask, why is Russia so reluctant to give Trump back after being the one American president who gave Russia and Putin almost a lot or everything? We know that Trump gave the fact that Crimea would somehow be Russian, that a lot of the territory seized by Russia would somehow remain outside of Kiev's power. Now, what does Russia want? Apparently, Russia and Putin knows that Trump cannot become Joe Biden. And we just heard Trump saying, remember, this is not my war. And I want to stop and listen again to this word when he say, remember, this is not my war, it's Joe Biden's war. So in Trump's core values, he does not believe that, he doesn't really care about what's happening in Ukraine, but he cares about his promise, about his ego, about the fact that he promised the world that he will bring an end to this. And he also kind of promised himself with the Nobel Peace Prize. So this is very important. Now, Putin is not giving Trump any relief. So yes, Trump is upset. Yes, Trump is hiring the tone, but we are yet to see any real content in the big and rough words that Trump is using against Putin.
Michael, what do you think? Is this going to put pressure on Putin now? Do you think these tariffs will actually be somewhat of a deterrent?
I don't think that tariffs will be a deterrent. I'll be interested to see what the White House can do, because this should be an opportunity for them. You know, they have not had any victories in the nearly 180 days they've been in office. They've got the war in the Ukraine, the war in Gaza, the tariffs are a mess, and they've had to bomb Iran. And I think if I was in the White House right now, I would want this to be an opportunity where we could use diplomacy. We could actually speak to Putin, find out what it is what's the long game. And the issue, though, that the White House faces is that because they haven't had any diplomatic wins in the time that they've been in office, I think that they have nothing to point to say, this is the way that we have to do it. These are the people that can help us get there. And I think that Donald Trump is left to issue ultimatums. And when you're trying to enter high-stakes diplomacy with someone like Vladimir Putin, demanding deadlines be met within 50 days is not the way to go.
But possibly a strategic 50-day mark, because timing is everything, and that has been the case with this administration. September the 2nd would be 50 days from now. Labour Day is on the 1st of September. And then the off-year elections, they'll be on the 4th of November as well. So possibly strategically timed. And he's always said it's been a long game, getting NATO just to go to the negotiating table and to pay for these weapons. Is that somewhat of a win?
So I think getting NATO to pay is a win, but I think that the idea came from NATO. I don't think this was Donald Trump who floated this idea. I think the European leaders came together, they developed this strategy, and this is the one that's presented. And all they needed to do, because they know how to operate with Donald Trump, is to say to him, this is an easy win. It'll be a business deal. You won't be paying for it. We'll be paying for it, but we'll be able to give the Ukrainians what we want.
Wissam, is this somewhat of potentially, because where is Europe in this situation now? And we've heard it mentioned a few times today as well, and Europe in somewhat involved in the payment of this, or the EU at least. Where does this leave Europe at the moment?
Well, Europe have been in not a so good shape for the last couple of years. The one prominent thing that we have seen in the last days was the Franco-UK agreement on somehow sharing the nuclear deterrence umbrella. This is a game changer. Although Paris and London said it's not against Russia, but we only can see the Russian element in the background of the new thinking in Paris and London. Now, Trump, he says he will be sending new weapons, but he will say he will bring them through the NATO, and that the NATO and Europe obviously will pay for them, and Ukraine as well. And at the same time, we are yet to see what is the nature of these weapons. So now, yes, America is frustrated. They have a real problem in leverage, the leverage over Putin, because Trump, most and foremost, he doesn't want two things. He doesn't want to become Joe Biden. He doesn't want to become the person who is deep involved in this war, who he didn't choose. And second, he will not use any kind of decisive and assertive power, the likes of what we saw in Iran in this conflict, because this is so dangerous. It could start a new world war. And most importantly, it could involve America in a war that is not really wanted, not only by Trump, but mostly by its core electorate, the people who believe that America should be somehow isolationist and not get involved in this. So, yes, Trump is trying to put more pressure, but Putin says that, knows that, I mean, this he can take this further. Now, what does Putin want? This is the big question. Is America ready to give them what he wants? This is also another question. 50 days, 2nd of September. Thank you, Michael, for this precise date. We'll be seeing it's not the first deadline that has been set by the Trump administration. And it would be very important if we have a deal. Let's not forget there is also the rare earth deal that is in the making in Ukraine. A lot of things happening. And also we are yet to hear about something happening in the Middle East, about Gaza. So some kind of a bigger world picture is taking shape in the next week. It could, in the best case scenario, have Trump being triumphant and have all his deals, all his victories, and yet again be triumphant, or nothing at all, like it has been the case for the last 3 or 4 months.
As you said, Wissam, what does Putin want? I mean, I think that's one of the big questions that we are facing right now. Michael, any insight? Because I don't know if this is the million-dollar question right now. What does Putin want?
I think we have to determine what somebody wants by their actions. And you can see his actions are very strategic on the battlefield. He wants as much of the Ukrainian territory as possible, even if that is so that he can be in a better position when it comes time to negotiate. We know he wants the Crimea. We know he does not want NATO in the Ukraine. And we know that he wants to be in a position where he can say, if you want me to come to the negotiating table, then I'm going to give a little bit of what I've taken. But for him to give up everything, he would then be in a position where maybe he can get other concessions from the Europeans and from Donald Trump.
The European Union foreign ministers are meeting in Brussels to discuss possible punitive measures against Israel following allegations that it has violated human rights, the obligations that are tied to its partnership with the bloc. While some aid has begun to reach Gaza under a recent deal, the EU says far more is needed, especially for malnourished children. Israel's foreign minister has dismissed the pressure and says the EU will not follow through on the sanctions. This story is back to the fore once again, and I think a lot of chat about this in the last couple of weeks. But Nadia, how crucial do you really think that the EU could be in this situation in reaching peace in Gaza? Do you think that they're actually a key player?
You know, Jono, if we look at what's happened in the last couple of years, the EU hasn't really played a massive role in ceasefire negotiations. That role has really been played by the Arab countries. So we're looking at Egypt, we're looking at Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia and Jordan, who have really done their best to bring some kind of ceasefire between Israel and Gaza as well. So the European Union, if you look at their role so far, has been very much, they have paid for aid and humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, but they haven't really actually been a player in definitive diplomatic moves and negotiations. So, and
they're surely big enough to justify them being a key player, but it seems that there's more of this saviour movement that's going on, which seems to be the rhetoric that we're getting from the EU, and obviously a split within the bloc as well, which is causing this issue, which is why they won't get wholeheartedly behind and support one or the other side.
I think you're right. Apart from providing the humanitarian aid, Israel is also a large trading partner of the European Union as well. So there's trade and there's business and economics going on there as well. And as you just rightly said, within the 27-member bloc, you've got differences between the different countries. So, while one group of countries are supporting, you've got Germany, you've got Hungary supporting Israel on the grounds of the fact that they're anti-terror, they don't want to see terrorism spreading, and they defend Israel's right to survive. And then on the other hand, you've got other European countries, for instance, France, Spain, looking at it more from a humanitarian point of view and saying, we need to do something to stop the incessant bloodshed and that's going on in there.
Well, Gemma, what have they said? And break it down for us. Nadia referenced some of the countries there that are pro and against. But what have the EU leaders actually said about the aid and the flow into Gaza?
Not much, to be honest with you. The most vocal nations have been Ireland, the Netherlands and Spain. Now, they've called for the EU's ties with Israel to be reassessed in light of what's been happening. But no one's gone as far as to say, cutting ties or that kind of thing. So the rhetoric is not that strong, but it is consistent. People want an end to this war. And you can feel the pressure is still there for sure. Now, Spain has been very vocal. So the Spanish foreign minister, he said it's very clear this agreement is not the end. We have to stop the war. But really, that's as far as, that's as strong as we're getting. Now, there has been some confusion. So Dutch Minister Casper Veldkamp, he said that after the agreement that he knew of 180 aid trucks that had gone into Gaza. But Egyptian authorities, through where the trucks would have gone, have said they've seen no such trucks. So again, there is still confusion in what's happening. But as you said, there are nations who are firm allies of Israel, the Czech Republic, Hungary, to name but two, who have been on social media, on X, talking about how they still support Israel. But they're always very careful to also say, but the war must come to an end.
And we are seeing countries, and it's Germany, Hungary, Austria, and I think there is a legacy there from World War II that is in living memory for some and not many people, but it's still there in the back of their mind. And I think that's why we're maybe seeing the support towards Israel from those particular member nations. But there's no unified response, which is where we have this huge disconnect within the bloc itself, which I think is a huge concern and certainly something to worry about.
Absolutely. And on the other side of that coin that you just mentioned, Johnny, you've got countries that do have large Muslim populations, and it's also, and therefore they will therefore be on the side of the Palestinians. And I think let's not forget that the media also play a large part in how this is seen in different countries, how they portray either the civilians or the suffering or the casualties on either side. Some will portray it as pro-Palestinian, others will portray it as pro-Israeli.
Well, earlier I spoke to our correspondent, Blake Sifton, who was in Tel Aviv, and he told me what we can expect to hear from Israel in response to the EU's meeting that took place today. Take a listen to this.
If any of these sanctions actually were adopted, you would almost certainly see outrage in Israel from the government. In June, the UK, Canada, Australia, Norway, and New Zealand put in place sanctions on two far-right members of the Israeli government. That was Finance Minister Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. The sanctions included asset freezes and visa bans, and they were put in place because of incitement of violence against Palestinians and extremist rhetoric advocating for their forced displacement. At the time, the Israeli foreign minister reacted by calling them outrageous and unacceptable. The U.S. State Department said that they were deeply unhelpful. So if somehow meaningful sanctions were put in place today, we would almost certainly see a similar reaction from the Israeli government.
Blake, who was in Tel Aviv for us earlier today. And we are hearing as well about this Israeli evacuation order yet again for Gaza City. A worry, Gemma, that this is what we're seeing on the table yet again.
Yeah, so since March 18th, the Israeli army has issued around 54 displacement orders. And this is across a very small area. This is 297 square kilometres, which is 81% of the Gaza Strip. So this is just the latest in a long line. People are being shifted further and further. Pretty soon there's not going to be anywhere for them to go.
And we are hearing as well, and just very briefly to speak about the ceasefire talks as well, Hamas want complete removal of the IDF out of Israel. Israel saying no, they want to retain a certain percentage of that, Nadia, right?
And that seems to be really where the stumbling block is, because while Steve Witkoff, the US envoy for the Middle East peace process, has been in Doha, and there have been ceasefire negotiations going on, where it seems to fall down is this red line between Hamas wanting Israel out of the Gaza Strip completely, and Israel saying no, they're going to retain some form of control in some part of it, you know, by the Netzarim corridor, bordering Egypt, and they want to maintain some kind of control over parts of the Gaza Strip.
There may be a pause in the bloodshed in southern Syria. A senior Druze religious leader says a ceasefire has been reached with the Syrian government after 4 days of fierce clashes and Israeli strikes. The fighting in Sweida left dozens dead and prompted Israel to hit targets in Damascus, including Syria's military headquarters. Now, it's still unclear whether the truce will hold as tensions remain high across the region. First, to talk about this, Gemma, a real escalation in what has been a worrying conflict. The scary footage that we've seen today, right through from, I think, about 6 p.m. Local time here in the UAE today. We saw some terrifying footage coming out of Syria.
I think for most people, for the layperson, this has come out of nowhere. You know, so much is happening already, and then suddenly this is happening as well, and you have to wonder if they're taking advantage of kind of global confusion. But we've gone from violent clashes at the weekend to a missile being launched at the Ministry of Defence. We've seen on air Israel have said that was the target. They were always aiming for that. The Syrian Health Ministry have said 28 people injured, 1 person killed. And the United States has also stepped in. Now, they've called the situation worrisome, which is quite euphemistic, really. You know, is it worrying, is it not? But apparently they've urged Israel to halt the airstrikes. And as we've seen, you know, there is. But Damascus itself has said they hold Israel fully responsible, and that with regards to international law, they hold the right to retaliate.
Now, there is some footage that you'll see on our screens just a second ago. We'll circle back to that in a minute. But it is of the Al Arabiya headquarters in Damascus, which was hit and damaged earlier on. And this, I guess, hammers at home about just how close this is and how much of a reality this is for people on the ground in Syria. Now, Marco Rubio has just posted on X, just moments ago, all sides agreed to end the conflict by Wednesday night, and I'm not direct quoting there, loosely quoting what was said. So we've seen a truce already. Michael, this was on Tuesday night. Now here we are again with Rubio saying that we could see a ceasefire in agreement.
So we can hope that this is actually going to hold. But based on the track record of the Israelis and the initiative that they show when they feel that they need to attack, there's no guarantee. They were the ones that broke the ceasefire after things had been sorted out between Hamas and the Israelis. They were the ones that pushed for not only the bombing of Iran, but also for the U.S. to get involved. So if the Israelis feel so motivated, I'm not convinced that they would necessarily feel that we should stop.
Let's dig a bit behind it, Michael. What sparked all of this in the first place, Ram? Because a lot of people are wondering, where did this come out of? This wasn't what we expected. Did we think Israel would get involved in this? And was there a need? What was the story behind all of this?
So Syria is a country that has, most people would think just Muslims. But of course, there are an awful lot of minorities. There's the Alawites, and of course, Bashar al-Assad, who was ousted recently, and his father, who came into power in 1970, they were part of the Alawites, which are a minority. And then there is about 10% Christian in the country. Of course, there's Sunni and Shia. And then you also have the Druze. The Druze are in the south, in Sweida, in this province in the southern part of Syria. And they represent about 3%. There's about 700,000 Druze in Syria. Now, what's also interesting, and this is one of the reasons why I think the Israelis got involved, is that, so Israel in 1967, occupied and continues to occupy the Golan Heights. Israel says it's theirs. The international community says Israel is occupying the Golan Heights. Now, there are about 50,000 Druze, as well as some Israeli Jewish settlers in the Golan Heights. In the south of Syria, of course, that's the stronghold of the Druze community. And I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is concerned that if he has Druze on his side, and some of whom have already crossed the border into Syria, and there are also Druze in the southern part of Syria, I wonder if part of his concern is that you could have these two communities coming together, creating havoc for the Israeli military. And I think the Israeli Air Force is strong enough to bomb. I don't know that the Israeli military has enough boots on the ground, because I think they're so preoccupied right now with what's going on in Gaza. So I think the Prime Minister has an awful lot that he's juggling at the moment, trying to make sure that the Druze who are in Israel stay in Israel, and the Druze who are in Syria stay in Syria. I don't believe that he is truly trying to protect a community in Syria.
Well, it certainly caused some upset within Syria and unstabilized things there as well. Earlier, I spoke to the former ambassador to the Arab League, Gayeth Armanazi, who explained how the situation could unstabilize things even further in Syria. Take a listen.
If we try to light the fire of division and sectarianism and ethnic problems and difficulties, then there's no end to that. We should be looking at the future for all Syrians, to be looking at a process of inclusion that involves them all. And the government has a challenge, I have to say, to maintain and emphasize that inclusion, an inclusion that reflects the diversity and the positive diversity of Syrian society, as I see it.
Possible for that to happen, do you think, or are we quite away?
Yes,
okay, because
yes, examples of the past actually are quite important. The French, when they took over the governance of Syria 100 years ago, actually established 5 or 6 different little statelets in Syria, including a statelet for the Jews. That didn't last long because it was resisted by the very components of Syrian society that we see today trying to mend their fences and trying to mold into one society. Diverse society, yes, but a society that can work together positively.
That's Gayeth Armanazi, who is the former ambassador to the Arab League that we spoke to earlier on. Gemma, if Syria need to, can they fight back, is the big question that I think everyone wants to know.
I think there is definitely some capability there, not on a large scale, but if they wanted to fire off a few rockets in retaliation, I'm sure there's the capability there. I think what's important to remember is that Israel's strike is strategic. Obviously, when Bashir left the country, last year, Israel launched a series of, I think it was over like 400 military sites that they hit in the space of 48 hours to try and ensure Syria was weakened and to stay weakened. And so this isn't just a strike on the Ministry of Defense or a show of force. It's trying to further weaken the infrastructure. Because remember, Israel did not want the sanctions lifted against Syria. So they're still very much of that mindset.
And Israel Katz as well on the way to meet Hegseth in Washington. So the US are being enlisted to help as well here. Michael, are they going to now play powerhouse here and also trade and broker some sort of a deal? Is that the plan?
I think they're going to have to, because you've had close to 200 targets that have been hit in Syria by the Israelis. Now, what happens, hypothetically, if Syria, and you would think that they're fully within their rights to do this, but what if they were to retaliate? Mm-hmm. What happens if Syria fires missiles into Israel, and will the U.S. be in a position where they can come to the defense of Syria? Will they say they had that right? No, I think it's a long game, and it's something that Prime Minister Netanyahu is so good at doing, which is the art of misdirection. So he has all of these missiles that have gone into Syria, I'm sure that the Americans are speaking to the Syrians saying, please do not retaliate. Because if they retaliate, the Americans are now going to have to side with the Israelis. And as Gemma said, the Israelis did not want Donald Trump to acknowledge or meet with the new president. And they did not want the Americans to lift the sanctions. So if the Syrians attack the Israelis, then the Israelis will have the Americans back in their corner, and they will have achieved exactly what it is that they wanted to achieve, because they are fearful that you have a former Islamist who is the president of the country, and this is exactly what they don't want.
Well, as we mentioned, Marco Rubio had posted saying all sides agreed to end the conflict by Wednesday night. This story is developing minute by minute, so we will try and keep you updated on that. Both Gemma and Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's move on to our next story. Indonesia is hailing a brand new era of trade relations with the US after the two countries reached a deal on tariffs that will see them reduced from the proposed rate on goods from the Southeast Asian nation to 19%, down from 32% previously. Now, this deal is among only a handful of agreements that have been reached by the Trump administration ahead of that all-important August 1st deadline for negotiations. Indonesia says it came about only after, quote, an extraordinary struggle in negotiations. Patrick Falk has more details.
Well, taking to Instagram, Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto said he had a very good call with US President Donald Trump, and that the two together concluded to take their trade relations between the two countries into a new era of mutual benefit. Indonesia is Southeast Asia's largest economy. Countries in the region have been slapped with some of the highest tariff rates proposed by Washington. So in that sense, there has been impetus for both sides to get deals over the line, as it were, before that August 1st deadline. That rate reduction came with a series of sweeteners as well. President Trump said Indonesia had agreed to raise all duties on U.S. imports and buy more than $19 billion of goods from the U.S., as well as 50 Boeing jets. According to the U.S., Indonesia ran a goods trade surplus of about $18 billion with the U.S. last year. Experts say the breakthrough provides some relief for Indonesia. Speaking to reporters in Jakarta, here's what President Prabowo had to say.
We have calculated and discussed everything. The most important thing is that I have to protect all of our workers. Although we stand with our offers and we couldn't offer more than this, the most important thing is our workers are safe. I am very optimistic that our economy is strong and in good condition.
Now, there are still various details on the deal that seem to be missing for the time being, such as the timing of purchases. The deal is, as we see it now, a slightly better one than the 20% struck with Vietnam. Indonesia and Vietnam are both key markets for the transshipment of goods from China. President Trump said that their agreement would include a penalty for goods coming from China. Overall, though, the rate is a sharp increase from the 5% average U.S. tariff on Indonesian goods in 2024, according to Bloomberg findings. And it's estimated that the country could still lose 25% of its exports to the U.S. in the medium term. As has been the case with other deals, there are still details that need to be negotiated further down the line. President Prabowo has indicated this will be ongoing, but it does also raise questions as to how concrete these arrangements are exactly.
China's Pop Mart is set to see its profits soar, with earnings expected to jump more than threefold in the first half of this year. Why? Well, the company is famous for its collectible Labubu dolls that are sold in mystery blind boxes. They've seen a massive explosion globally in demand, especially in the US. There's been celebrity endorsements, there's been partnerships, and even big brands who've helped fuel the resale market, where some dolls are selling for hundreds of dollars. But how did these dolls, seemingly out of nowhere, take the world by storm? Well, to discuss this highbrow story, Gemma and Michael. Gemma, first of all, to you, I mean, it is a craze. It seems to have gotten a bit out of hand. Can you see the appeal with Labubus?
There is one in my house. I feel that I should disclose that before we start.
Did you buy it?
No, it's my youngest child. So, yeah, it's not mine. It's not hanging off my bag. So, do I see the appeal of it? No, but I'm cool with that. That's okay. I do enjoy a cultural craze. I absolutely love watching TikToks about it. I love seeing headlines about it. I love seeing how crazy it can get because I miss the Stanley Cup, craziness that was...
It was short-lived.
It was short-lived, but it was so much fun. And I think it's very easy to kind of look at a cultural craze, especially in the social media era, and be like, oh, we didn't do that. We had none of that back in our day. But we did. It just wasn't on social media because we didn't have it then. I'm thinking My Little Pony. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking Garbage Pail Kid cards and Cabbage Patch Kids. I'm thinking Swatch watches. Everyone had to have a Swatch watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to be honest, at my school growing up, if you weren't wearing certain trainers, you were getting beaten up in the playground. So there has always been cultural cachet around having the thing of the moment.
Michael, I got to ask, would you pay hundreds of dollars for one of these Labubus?
No, I would not.
If you got one for free, would you take it?
I would not.
Well, that's a pity because we've actually got one here, which we thought we'd bring in because these are being sold in blind boxes. So just to explain a bit about how this actually works. What you get is the blind... Michael, this is yours to take with you. What you've got is this Labubu doll, and they are sold in a blind box. So what you have to then do is open it up. Whatever is inside matches the side of the box, and whatever it may be, it could be something very valuable or just one of the bog standard basics. Michael, I think we'd enjoy if you could actually unwrap this one for us because we don't know if this one's going to be worth a fortune or not. So we'll actually give that one over to you. It is.
I don't know that this is in my contract.
I don't know if it is. I don't know if it's in your best interest.
You're hiding your joy. Come on.
Just be careful of the packaging because that's what makes them more valuable. So what we're hearing from international sources on these is when they sell online, if they're in pristine condition and they're in their original packaging, they're selling for thousands of dollars. Can be the actual amount that people are spending on these. Some of them are selling for a whopping $13,000, which is a almost life-size version of a Labubu at about 3 foot tall. So there is huge demand for these. Now you can see that this...
another inside, okay.
Yeah. So this is obviously, Gemma, you didn't do the unboxing on your own Labubu doll.
No.
Well, this is one of the things that's become quite popular because they're blind. It is the unboxing videos have become incredibly popular. Now I'm going to open this.
I can tell you if it's the one that's the secret one that's worth a lot of money.
And I don't know.
There's going to be a riot in the studio. Yeah, I'm going to be reaching over. The suspense is killing me.
So I think it's safe to say, Michael, what you've got is the sea salt coconut Labubu. Absolutely beautiful.
How much is it worth?
This is your bog standard basic. These ones retail, the standard selling price on these should be $10.
Okay.
Retailers are selling these for up to $100 in the store. It's got a 360 movable head as well, just in case you wondered. They are likening this to gambling, Michael, and that's because of the idea that you are opening and spending a lot of money on these. You've got no idea what's inside the box. You may be getting something very expensive. And you may be getting something that is worth just $10. So it's a concern if it is likened to gambling.
But it's something that consumers have been dealing with for generations. When I was younger, I collected hockey cards and baseball cards. And baseball cards have been around for 100 years. And some of the most expensive from some of the earliest ones, the Ty Cobb one, I think has gone for $3 or $4 million. But when you buy the hockey cards or the baseball cards, at least in North America, it's blind. You're going in not knowing if in this package I'm going to get, the 3 or 4 collectibles that I know I want. The Mickey Mantle card when it was, of course, in the 50s when he was just a rookie starting out. This is the way that consumerism works, especially when it comes to collectibles. And I think that, much like when people are on social media and they're on Instagram or TikTok, it's not the videos themselves that give you the dopamine hit. It's the anticipation of what's going to come next. And so this is pure, unadulterated, 100% consumerism at its finest because they've created something that people want and they want it so badly that they're willing to purchase it without knowing what it is going to be in the box.
Now, I will say, and we mentioned this, you said Cabbage Patch Kids, Tamagotchis, fidget spinners. Every generation has had their own thing that's been to be obsessed about, but the difference has been the cost factor. We haven't seen fidget spinners probably went up by an astronomical amount for something that was valued at less than $1 and was selling for a crazy amount of money. But before that, Tamagotchis, Furbies, Cabbage Patch Kids, there was a recommended retail price. Retailers stuck to that, and we didn't see product inflation on that. And that's where we're seeing companies like Pop-Mart make so much money. So is this the beginning of the new trend now, Gemma? Do you think this is what's going to happen? Every time something's in high demand, you can sell it for name your price?
I think this is just the start. Obviously, oh my gosh, it's... Hi. I think this is just the start. You know, once companies see that this is selling, that people are going crazy for it, we are going to see more and more. We have it with Pokemon cards. I've got tons of Pokemon cards in my house. The thrill is in, what am I going to get? What am I going to get when I open this? And it is quite exciting. So, yeah, it's sort of harmless fun until they come to life.
We mentioned a bit about conspiracy theories earlier, and we mentioned a bit about it when we were talking about the Epstein files, but there is a lot of conspiracy theories about these particular dolls and how they may not be all that they're cracked up to be. And again, a lot of it is just I should point out, speculation online, that they may be a bit untoward. And now looking at them, I can kind of see where that may have circulated from in the first place.
When you say not all that it's cracked up to, what is it supposed to be other than this?
Well, I don't know, but what it's saying online is that these things are harbouring bad omens. So I don't know if you believe that or not, but you may take it home with you. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Yeah, see, look, here we go.
This is really not how I envisaged Thursday evening, to be honest with you guys.
And look at a little keychain. I can put it on. It can become my keychain.
Yeah, absolutely. On your man bag attaché case. And finally, we've reached the point in the show where both Gemma and Michael have brought stories to the table, quirky stories from the day. Gemma, we'll start off with you first. Yours is about a crowd cam footage from probably what is arguably the biggest tour of live music that we've ever seen.
Yes, so a Coldplay concert in Boston yesterday. So Chris Martin, the crowd cam is picking out people in the crowd, obviously, and you're supposed to wave or, do something quite fun. Well, the camera landed on this couple and they immediately ducked and started hiding their faces. Now, obviously, their reaction has sparked a lot of theories online that perhaps they weren't supposed to be at this concert together. And Chris Martin, bless him, doing great work, literally said to the whole crowd, either they're having an affair or they're very shy. Now, that was catnip to the internet, who immediately swung into action. They have found out who the guy is, which company he owns. They found out who the woman is, investigating on LinkedIn and cross-referencing with social media. And now we're all waiting with bated breath to find out if this seemingly married man who wasn't there with his wife, we're going to see what happens. It's basically Dynasty come to life.
It really is. And again, should point out, I should say, speculatively speaking.
Allegedly.
He is the CEO of a company, which I will not name, and she is the head of HR, recently promoted to that position. So perhaps this was a celebratory day out to congratulate her on her new role, and her CEO had taken her out, and we may be jumping the gun on a situation like that. Michael, are we maybe just getting a bit too ahead of ourselves here?
I like that you're going into PR mode. Very nice.
As CEO, would you hug your HR, your head of HR?
So a fist bump is about as much as I'm going to do with anyone.
I mean, it was a fist bump, but it was at hip height.
Yeah,
so I guess
a hugging fist bump.
But it's certainly one, and it does indicate, once again, social media is a wonderful thing when used in the right way, but can also be taken to cause the downfall and detriment of many people. And I think this is just an example of that. But then again,
we await with bated breath for the next instalment.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Phuket. Phuket is the second smallest province of Thailand and is located in the southern region. It is made of Phuket Island, the country's largest, plus 32 other smaller islands off its coast. Phuket province has an area of 576 square kilometers or 222 square miles. Majority of the residents in Phuket are Buddhist, but there are about 20% of Muslims in the province too. Among the Muslims, many are of Malay descent. There are also residents of Chinese ancestry, making up an even larger population in the area. This is due to the mass migration to Phuket in the 19th century. Phuket has become a popular tourist destination nowadays, with its bright mix of natural attractions that beckons every adventurer. Plus, it's got a mix of off-the-beaten-track spots to discover too. The big island is just too attractive not to visit and explore. Of course, there are the natural beauties. Enjoy the beaches, quiet views, back streets, and restaurants that serve the freshest seafood. You won't fall short of activities to try too. You can try whitewater rafting in Phang Nga or have kids explore the east coast of Koh Yao Noi Island. There are also temples to visit or hang around until the sunset. You can try scuba diving too. It's one of the most recommended activities in Phuket. Waterfalls hopping is also a great idea, as Phuket has several small waterfalls that are a breathtaking sight. Enjoy the view, breathe in the fresh air, and jump into the water. Another water activity is diving. The Ratchayai Island is popular for that. You can also opt for a boat ride to any of the nearby islands. It's your best option when you just want to relax and enjoy the beauty of nature. There's kayaking too, if you're in for a little adventure. There's also the Phuket Big Buddha that's great for hiking and, of course, amazing views. Meanwhile, back in the city, you can also watch a football game. The Phuket FC is always exciting to watch. And then, of course, the famous temples are not to be missed. Top tourist choices are the Chalong Temple, Wat Phra and the Karon Temple. Dig deep into Phuket's historic and cultural feats among ancient structures, the ruins, and spiritual sites. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and in today's edition, we take a look back now at some of the highlights of the week. Now, the US President Donald Trump says that the United States is going to be sending, quote, very sophisticated equipment to Ukraine. And by that, he appears to mean Patriot air defense systems. Well, the US president says this decision is to help Ukraine fend off the threat posed by Russia. Well, that statement comes as his relations with the Russian President Vladimir Putin appear to be turning increasingly sour. Let's take a listen.
I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some, because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice, and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it.
Well, for more analysis, we can cross to London and speak to Jim Townsend, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy at the Pentagon. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Jim. We just heard the US President there saying that some sophisticated weaponry is going to be sent in the direction of Ukraine. I mean, that seems to be a bit of a U-turn, doesn't it, by President Trump? And I'm wondering what you read into that.
Well, I think it is a bit of a U-turn, and I think what was very interesting to me was he said, well, you know, this is just going to be business. And he said the EU is going to pay for it. We're not going to pay for it, but the Ukrainians need it. So in a sense, he's kind of painting this as if it's a business deal to Putin, like, hey, don't worry, it's just business. You know, I still love you. And so, but this is also the beginning of this idea that has been kicked around now that the European Union or European nations themselves will be buying these weapon systems from the United States and transferring them to Ukraine. And again, it's business for the U.S. And the Europeans will be the ones providing the assistance.
I'm wondering if part of the audience here as well is his own support base that were against the idea of this war continuing. And if President Trump can portray this as being, you know, a lucrative business for the United States, providing this weaponry to Ukraine, but have the EU pay for it, I mean, will that perhaps make them think it's perhaps a good idea that the war carries on?
Well, I mean, it's a very good point. You know, the audiences that he speaks to are many. And I think the audience that's considered his base at home, you're right. He's painting this as business. This is something that's good for the United States. It's America first. And so people shouldn't feel that the U.S. is getting sucked into this, or we're giving away all this equipment for free, or this kind of thing. So he is kind of covering his political tracks there with that base. And at the same time, those in the Congress who are very pro-Ukraine, he is also throwing them a bouquet by saying, look, we're going to give it to Ukraine. They need it. And so I'm going to give them what they need to protect themselves, to defend themselves. And then the audience, of course, is Putin. And he's saying to Putin, look, my patience is running thin. You're tapping me along, as he said earlier. And so we'll see if this is going to be a real sea change with Putin. It may not be.
I mean, we've heard President Trump sounding increasingly critical of President Putin. That's not the sort of thing we were hearing from him, let's say, 4 or 5 months ago. I mean, what do you think President Trump's next moves are going to be with regards to how he approaches Moscow?
Well, it might be this legislation that's moving through the Congress that supposedly is very, very big on sanctions, that it's going to have sanctions that really hurt. It's going to impact the oil business that Russia really depends on. It's going to impact other areas that have been kind of off limits in terms of sanctions. So this is something that I think will be the next move. The first one being, okay, we're going to give them some Patriot missiles. I mean, we're not sure exactly how many missiles, and if this is it the whole system or is it just missiles? What is it that they're going to provide? But I think to answer your question, the next move is going to be will be with the Congress, and of course the president will have to sign that bill. So let's see what happens in the next few days.
Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about the same set of sanctions, but there is a bill sponsored by Senator Lindsey Graham, and President Trump is saying if anyone so much as deals with Russia, if indeed they go ahead with this and impose this next round of sanctions, they will be hit by 500% tariffs on their products. I mean, that would be a very, very strong deterrent. And I'm just wondering what you think the consequences of that will be.
Well, that's exactly, you're right. That's exactly the legislation I was mentioning earlier. And that's a key part of that legislation is the secondary sanctions on nations, as you point out, that nations that do business that buy the oil. So how will that work? I mean, with India, a country that's very important to us, they buy a lot of Russian oil. So will they really get a 500% tariff levied on them? So a lot of time what he does is these are negotiating tactics or these are signals being sent. And he goes right up to the abyss and then pulls back. So we don't know. But I think what we're seeing, though, is if this legislation passes and he signs it, then for Putin, this is certainly a sign, whether it's assistance to Ukraine or it's this legislation, that he's starting to push Putin, and then we'll have to see what Putin does.
Right. I mean, what we've seen Putin do, at least in the last few weeks, is really step up the aerial campaign in Ukraine. I mean, hundreds of drones on an almost daily basis have been raining down on Ukraine. I mean, it really looks like Russia is in absolutely no mood for compromise. And any talk of a ceasefire at this particular juncture looks like very wishful thinking, doesn't it?
I think that's right. I find it hard to believe that these sanctions and the assistance to Ukraine will move Putin. He's right now feeling he's in the catbird seat, as we say. Yeah, he thinks that he's got the time on his side and momentum on his side, and he's going to wait us out. He's playing Trump, trying to avoid being trapped into some kind of sitting down at a table to talk about a ceasefire. So he's trying to walk both sides of the street. He'll appease Trump on the one hand. On the other hand, he'll bomb to smithereens the Ukraine as much as he possibly can. So a lot. We'll have to see how much Putin will take, and it could very well be that these sanctions, if they are as tough as the Congress seems to think they are, maybe that'll have an impact. I don't know. But I just, like you said, I find it hard to believe at this point that Putin is going to be in any mood to sit down and talk about a ceasefire or even a peace treaty. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at what's happening on the battlefield, I mean, if one were to get inside the mind of the Russian president, he would say, why would I? I mean, clearly the Russians are making gains on the battlefield, whether anybody likes it or not. That's the reality. And so perhaps it would be, unrealistic to think that the Russians would think other than, let's carry on with this.
Well, it's been hard to find what it is that gives Putin enough pain to make him agree to sit down and talk about a ceasefire. A lot of people have pointed to the economy, the Russian economy, that it can't sustain this kind of defense spending and these kinds of costs that come with the war in Ukraine, and that maybe he's got another year under this current wartime economy before he's going to be in real trouble. But I've always felt that we overplay that point. But if these sanctions come in and no one's buying the oil, and also there's other methods being used to counteract those ghost ships, that are those tankers that are moving the Russian oil around. So there are efforts being made to really to impact his oil sales. If that's impacted and he doesn't have the resources coming in the coming year that he had last year, then it will be difficult. But I think we're talking in terms of a year or two. We're not really going to see a turnaround no matter how hard the sanctions will hit, no matter how many ships that they seem to pull out of action. I think we're not going to see a turnaround for a year or so, even in the best case.
Right, because a lot of people we've spoken to on this channel have given us a whole series of indicators as to why the Russian economy is starting to look like it's really in trouble. And that could spell further trouble for President Putin in turn, who could start to feel some real pressure from his own population, maybe ministers in his inner sanctum. But you don't seem to be thinking that we're at a point that this is really beginning to feel like an Achilles heel, at least not yet.
Not yet. You know, he doesn't have to worry about his next election. He doesn't, you know, the Russian people seem to be, they're not in the streets. The price of bread hasn't skyrocketed. You know, he has talked about the economy being, you know, feeling the pinch of this war. But it's not like in the West, I think, you know, where, you know, if in the U.S. or in some European countries, if our economies were showing this kind of strain, there would be people in the street, you know, or there would be a political liability for the politicians. But in Russia, it's just not that way. And I don't think we can judge them on how we can't judge them on how we would react. They're different. And I just don't see Putin being moved by his economy and the impact of his economy on the Russian people. I don't see him being moved to go to the peace table anytime soon. I really don't. Not within a year or so.
Yeah, but I mean, up until now, I mean, the Russian economy's had growth, and President Putin's been able to shrug it off and say, not having any effect on us, those sanctions, so try something else. But if it does start to happen, then perhaps he'll have a different way of approaching things.
Well, that's right, and you know, he's still selling his oil, you know, and I believe there's some Europeans and others who are even buying the oil. So you know, that's the thing. His oil is his Achilles heel, and that's what Ukraine is trying to do. That, you know, they're firing drones and impacting the pipelines and where the refinery and that's this type of thing in Russia. So they're hitting the production of gasoline of all types and oils. They're also hitting, as I said, the ships that are carrying the oil. And if these sanctions hit the countries that are buying the oil, then, you know, maybe there won't be that kind of oil revenue coming into Russia. But again, for all of that to happen together, to have a major impact, it's not right around the corner.
I mean, it's starting to look, I mean, 6 months into the second Trump presidency, that the US president's approach to Russia and to Ukraine really isn't particularly different from that of the previous administration, is it?
Well, you know, people are saying that. I think it's different to me when it comes to the assistance to Ukraine. You know, the assistance going to Ukraine still today is a bow wave from the Biden assistance. You know, it was already in the pipeline, or it was moving into the pipeline when Trump was inaugurated. So Trump right now has not put together a package of assistance that he can call his own. So he certainly has not been providing the assistance. And what we have been so worried about in terms of he and his staff just parroting Putin's talking points, you know, that seems to have modified somewhat. We're not hearing that anymore. The relationship with Zelensky has gotten better. So, you know, he's starting to move into Biden territory. But let's see if that results in assistance. That's what we really need. Is assistance, and he's announced that, you know, something, and he's gonna talk to the NATO Secretary General today, I believe, and so things are beginning to move. And let's see what he does in terms of his relationship with Russia. That will really tell us if we're going to see something more helpful in terms of assistance to Ukraine.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, things have changed immeasurably since that infamous Oval Office encounter between President Zelensky and President Trump. At that time, the Ukrainian leader was described by President Trump as being a modestly successful comedian and a dictator. I mean, now they seem to be getting along quite well. Do you think this is now going to be the end of the road for that rapprochement between, well, that attempted rapprochement between Washington and Moscow?
I don't think so. And I hate to say that. It could be the beginning of the end, but I think the relationship that Trump wants to have with Putin still really colors a lot of what he does. He sees business deals. He wants to be buddy-buddy with a strong man like Putin. He wants to do something that makes him desirable in terms of the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, there's a lot of things that motivate him, and he doesn't want to be embarrassed, though. He doesn't want to be humiliated by Putin, by being tapped along, by being taken advantage of. So, I don't think he's ready yet to throw in the towel, but we'll have to see how Putin reacts to this assistance and if he will actually do something that Trump can take to the bank in terms of a change in attitude towards a ceasefire or something along those lines. We'll have to see. But this is still a negotiation, and these are negotiating tactics. And Trump is trying to shape what Putin does. And nothing has worked so far, and he's getting frustrated. And so let's see what Putin does as a result of these tactics that Trump is using, and then let's see Trump's response. It's like watching a tennis game. We're just watching the ball go back and forth, sitting in the stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's turning into a long game of tennis, not quite the overnight game of tennis that we were told it would be, along the campaign trail and well into January. I mean, what do you think the original strategy was by President Trump at the beginning? To try to appease Putin, to vilify Volodymyr Zelensky, and then what? What was the point of all that, do you think? What do you read into it?
Well, it's hard to tell. I think he certainly came in with an incomplete understanding of the complexities of this war between those two countries and the hatreds and the fact that he can't just force them both to sit down and throw bones to each of them and somehow make each of them agree to give up this and then I'll give up that. It's not a business deal. It's not getting too recalcitrant land developers to sit down and cut a deal between the two that benefits Trump. It's different. And so the only thing I can think of is that going into this and talking about settling it in 24 hours, Trump was just assuming that he could bring Putin along and that Zelensky has no other option. They will both be kind of forced into coming up with some kind of agreement. And of course, that wasn't something that Putin was going to do. He didn't want to, make that kind of play. And then for Zelensky, he'd do anything that Trump tells him to do as long as he can get assistance coming into him. And he's not ready for the ceasefire table either, unless he feels he can get something, acceptable to him, which I don't think he feels that's the way it is right now. So I think with Trump in coming into this situation, he really had a superficial understanding of the complexities, and that both parties are not ready to sit down and talk, and there's nothing he could do to force them to sit down.
Okay, and just lastly, Jim, I mean, were you to be called upon to offer advice to the US president as to what he should do next, I mean, what would your advice be in order to try to break this impasse and bring things to a conclusion?
Well, I think I would carry on with what he seems to be doing now, which is sending Ukraine a lot of assistance and making sure Putin understands that there's a lot more where that came from, and that he was no longer trying to twist the arm of Zelensky. That he in fact has not changed sides. And so I would do that, and at the same time I would really go after Russian oil. And really make that hurt Putin, and then see where this goes. But he's got to understand he doesn't have all the time in the world. This is Putin. Trump's got to make him understand that he doesn't have all the time in the world just to wait everyone out. And he's got to make sure that Putin knows that we're going to provide Zelensky all the assistance he needs to make sure that there's not going to be a win on the battlefield. And then the third thing is to make the sanctions really hurt, particularly on oil, and then talk about business deals, in the future if Putin comes along. But he's got to make Putin hurt, and he's got to make Zelensky really strong. And then let's see if the economy begins to really falter, if the oil begins to dry up.
OK, well, if he's watching and he's listening, perhaps he'll take that on board. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO Policy at the Pentagon. Thank you for your time. Well, as we stay focused on the war in Ukraine, let's turn now to our next guest, Sir Michael Fallon, former UK Defence Secretary. Sir Michael, you were, of course, Defence Secretary at the time of the first invasion of Ukrainian territory, Crimea, by the Russians. I just want to start by asking you what you read into the fact that President Trump is sounding rather different in his approach to the war in Ukraine compared to a few months ago, and whether you think perhaps that's generating a few sighs of relief in London and other Western capitals.
Well, certainly he's now sounding much more realistic. Ending wars like this, there was talk of ending it in a day or sorting it out within a month. Ending a terrible conflict like this, is going to take time. We know that from the amount of time it took to end the Vietnam War or the Korean War. So it was never going to be something that could be done overnight. And I'm delighted to see the White House now recognises that. Secondly, I think it reflects a much harder line against Moscow. I suspect President Trump started off by thinking he could simply do a deal with Putin. And he's now learning, as we've all learned, that Putin, A, doesn't stick to his word, and B, is absolutely determined to go on fighting this war and killing civilians and bombing Ukraine for as long as he can get away with. So, for that respect, it's a much more realistic approach from Washington. And I think there will be relief here. I think, Britain and France, Russia, Britain, France, Washington, and indeed Ukraine are all coming closer together now about what has to be done to push Putin to the negotiating table and to bring about the kind of ceasefire that we all want to see.
And what do you read into the change of heart with regards to Patriot missile systems, and how much of a difference do you think they're going to make to Ukraine?
Well, Putin, I think, has overplayed his hands. He's continued and increased the bombardment of Ukrainian cities, and he's been killing a lot of civilians quite indiscriminately, not hitting military targets, but bombing apartment blocks and hospitals and children's nurseries and the rest of it. And I think that has certainly shifted the mood in Washington, that this kind of slaughter can't be allowed to go on. And that's what's driving now, I think, a coalition, really, between Europe and the United States, that we've now got to get Putin to end this war. And you notice behind the president's statement now lies the very serious threat of much bigger sanctions involving, total embargo on any companies involved on the American side in any kind of supply to Russia, and that could involve China and India as well, and also the possibility that many more weapons can be sent on top of the Patriot missiles that he's now going to send.
Patriot missiles that will be paid for by NATO member states, particularly European member states. Do you think that's fair?
Yes, I mean, the money is not really the problem here. These things are very, very expensive, but NATO countries are fully prepared now to help Ukraine. You've seen countries like very small countries like Norway already stepping forward and offering to pay. And I think now there will be a rallying round across Europe, and they will find the money. What has been the problem up to now has been the shortage of these particular missile systems, and the fact the United States has needed all of those to guard bases in the Middle East and elsewhere. So it's very good news that some are now going to be released, and Europe will find the money to pay for them.
And do you think that will perhaps dispel this theory amongst some people, particularly in the MAGA base, that the Europeans haven't been paying their share in this war?
Well, you saw at the Hague summit recently, the NATO countries come together and agree with the United States that they should now, in total, be spending over 5%. That's, 3.5% straight away and another 1.5% on associated defence spending. So that is matching what the Americans are already spending and what some countries in Europe are already going to spend, like Poland and the Baltic states. So the argument about Europe paying its fair share, I think Trump has won that now. He's got this commitment. Okay, it's spread over a few years and some European countries will have to follow through. But, you know, Trump should never have been underestimated. He's beginning to win that argument. And that means, you know, that, yes, we will have to pick up the bill. But, of course, half of all the aid that's gone to Ukraine hasn't come from Europe. It's come from the United States. So, you know, it's very welcome that that commitment is being restored. And I think personally that this change in approach from Washington is actually likely now to bring peace closer.
Do you think the efforts to bring about a ceasefire were essentially a waste of time, Sir Michael?
I think that, you know, the Americans tried to get Putin to the table, and he came to the table. He sent his officials to the table, but clearly the demands they were making from the Russian side were never changed. They wanted full control over a large chunk of Ukraine, and they wanted Ukraine to lay down its weapons and not have an army in the future. That simply wouldn't be acceptable, given that Russia has already invaded Ukraine 3 years ago and invaded 8 years ago. So the Russians, you know, weren't serious about negotiating. Now they face the prospect of much more serious international sanctions, and indeed the coalition, France and Britain and indeed the United States, are now looking again at those frozen Russian assets to see how some of that money can be released now to help restore Ukraine once any ceasefires are agreed. So, you know, Russia now will have to reconsider its position, and we'll see in the next few days and weeks whether they are prepared now to negotiate some sort of peace. This pressure will certainly have helped.
I mean, Russia's economy has so far managed to surprise quite a lot of people. They've avoided a deep recession. But the indicators that I've seen, the latest indicators, not looking quite so good for the Russian economy, certainly on the growth side, in terms of consumer spending. I mean, could this really be Russia's Achilles heel?
Well, we perhaps underestimated the extent to which the Russians could keep their economy going. When, you know, they've devalued several times. They have managed to sell their oil and gas elsewhere, and they have managed to convert a lot of their industrial effort into a war machine. But they do have now very high inflation, they have very high interest rates, and any further squeeze on their ability to sell their oil and gas on the international market is going to hamper them. And you saw the recent agreement in Europe that there will be a further crackdown on Russia's shadow fleet, the way they have been getting out their oil, retankering it and selling it surreptitiously on the grey market. There'll be a further clampdown on that. And you have this additional pressure from Washington as well. So slowly but surely, you know, the Russian economy is being squeezed. And key to all this, of course, will be the reaction of China and India. They won't want their own economies to get caught up in any intense tariff embargo between the United States and Russia. So they too, I suspect, will be leaning on Moscow to come to some kind of accommodation. Now, this isn't going to be easy. Russia has declared its war aims, hasn't budged from them. It's not going to be easy. Ending wars isn't easy. But, you know, I'm more hopeful now than I was a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, you make a point there that I wanted to ask you about. I mean, has Russia made a single concession, and viewed from your perspective, during the course of these 6 months of attempts by the Trump administration to bring about a negotiated settlement?
No, they haven't moved from their original position. They certainly want control of all the areas that they currently hold. They want to have a kind of veto on any government that's formed in Kyiv. And above all, they want to completely dismantle, not just stop Ukraine joining NATO, but they want to dismantle NATO's military. Now, none of that is ever going to be acceptable, because it simply means that Russia could come back for a third time, a third invasion in a few years' time, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. So, we're pretty determined now in the West that we've got to have a settlement that is lasting. And that's why we've been working this side of the Atlantic on a reassurance force that would go in there as soon as there is any kind of ceasefire and make sure that, that any settlement that's being agreed can actually last, and that as far as possible, any borders that are finally agreed in any final agreement are there and properly protected.
I mean, it looks like Ukraine, Europe, NATO allies have done everything that President Trump has asked of them these last 6 months, and Moscow has done none of them. I mean, is that basically why you think President Trump has, had a bit of an about turn on this war?
Well, he's asked Europe to do two things. I mean, firstly, to increase its defence spending, and he's winning. Almost all the European countries are now quite dramatically increasing their budgets, even at the cost of some of the public policy and welfare programmes that they would otherwise have spent the money on. There's been a massive increase in defence spending, for example, in Germany, which really will, alter the kind of military power balance in Europe. So Europe has responded to Trump. And his second point, Europe has started to take more responsibility for the problem and not simply left it to a high-powered discussion between Moscow and Washington. Europe is now ready to put a reassurance force in there, is now deploying the interest on Russian assets, not yet the assets themselves, but is now using some of the interest on those assets in frozen Western accounts to help Ukraine, and is now spending quite a lot of money in purchasing and sending Ukraine the weapons that it needs. So, there's an alignment now. I think Washington and London and Paris and Berlin are increasingly now, on the same page, and slowly but surely cranking up the pressure on Russia. Now, we may be wrong. We've been optimistic about a settlement before, but there is much more agreement, across the Western allies as to how this settlement has to be brought into being.
Yeah, and just lastly, I mean, just to really sort of summarise everything you've just been saying, I mean, having Ukraine's allies singing from the same song sheet looks and sounds a lot more likely to yield results than having them saying and doing a whole lot of different things, which is where we were a few months ago. Would you say?
We were, and there was a lot of shock in Western capitals about the way Zelensky was treated on that visit to the Oval Office. But we're a long way beyond that now. There have been meetings and calls between Zelensky and President Trump, and there have been many now meetings between Western leaders in London and Paris and in Washington. So we do have a coming together, and all of that, it was necessary because it's the only way in the end to put pressure on Putin as the Russian leader to now have to face some realities and to either moderate his demands or now, for the first time, really feel the international heat, real pressure on his economy, and pressure that won't just involve the Western sanctions, but will involve increased sanctions from the West and quite possibly a disruption to the trade he's doing with countries like China and India as well.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Always a pleasure talking to you. Sir Michael Fallon, former UK Defence Secretary. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's head over now to the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, and we can speak to Solomia Bobrovska, who's a Ukrainian MP and deputy head of Ukraine's delegation to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, a lot's been happening in the last few days, and it seems like there's been quite a lot of changes of position from the Trump administration. We're 5 months on from the unfortunate Oval Office encounter between President Trump and President Zelensky. Does it feel now, as a Ukrainian, that America is back on side?
First of all, greetings from Kyiv. The second one, to be honest, we are very careful and even cautious, I would say, with the last narratives and messages and statements from Trump. First of all, yes, we are thankful and we are glad to hear about Patriots, because that's the only missiles that we can use to hit the air ballistic Russian missiles. That's the first point. And that's the only way how we can protect the sky and civilian cities and the capital as well from the Russian terroristic attacks. Because what they have been doing for the last couple of months with the combining the weapons to hit the different objects, even civilian, mostly civilian, especially in Kyiv. That's really made a change, I would say, in the civilian perception in Kyiv of Kyiv people. That's the first point. Second one, it looks very suspicious and strange with the 50 days of giving time to Putin to stop his aggression. Because, you know, at the beginning of July, that was July the 3rd, and they had a conversation between Putin and Trump. Putin said, like, I need, 60 days to get to the administrative borders of at least 2 regions of Ukraine. And now it seems and Trump said, no, I give you only 50 days. It looks very strange. And that's why we are careful with the statements and with turning the position of US towards Ukraine.
Okay, so this ultimatum of President Trump, peace within 50 days, or else there'll be tougher sanctions. And you're saying you find this strange. I mean, do you think this is going to have any impact, this threat?
Because, 50 days is too much. Like, Putin did almost everything he could except the tactic nuclear weapon. He didn't use this against Ukraine. He did everything. And just to give 50 days for what? To attack until the September Kyiv, or to get to the administrative borders of the regions of Ukraine, to occupy 2 more regions, 100%. Like 50 days for what? That's the big question for Ukrainians, and that's why we are not so optimistic, because these things can happen so much and so many in different, starting from the front line and finishing, and even with the negotiations, and probably US will push us to start negotiations with Russians. But the Russians now are stronger, not only on the front line, but with their position even when we, in terms of Russia-US relations, and that's why, are you serious with the putting peace and bringing peace back in between Russia and Ukraine? That's why we are so careful with that.
So you're saying that those 50 days look and sound a bit like a gift to the Russians?
Absolutely. They feel very strong and very aggressive on the front. They have on at least 3 directions the offensive operations, and in 50 days they can find the results. The point is whether Ukrainians, how we will stand, and when we will get the ammunition and Patriots as well to have a possibility, to defend ourselves.
Lots of telephone conversations have taken place between President Trump and President Putin. There have been visits to Russia by the US envoy Steve Witkoff. I mean, from a Ukrainian point of view, has anything been achieved?
It's now hard to say. I would say so many discussions and deals were made behind the curtain. But at least we have 2 silent nights when Witkoff came to Kyiv, and at least we could sleep. That's, I would say, even an achievement for the ordinary, average Ukrainian.
Russia controls about 1/5 of Ukrainian territory. Do correct me if I'm wrong. They're advancing, but very, very slowly, is what we're being told. Again, do let me know if you have more information for us. One person in the Kremlin is quoted as saying that appetite comes with eating. And I think what they're trying to say there is, why would they stop? If they're making gains, why would they stop? And what's your answer to that? From a Russian perspective, what's the incentive to stop if they're advancing?
There is no sense to stop for them. That's why we are so worrying about this 50 artificial days, and that's why all the steps we now accept as the part of imitation, but not really the willing to stop the war, Russian-Ukrainian war. In order to understand Russia on the front line, you have to understand their mentality and the historical roots between of this war between Russia and Ukraine. Russia could never be again the empire without the heart. That's the Ukrainian heart. That's the Kyiv, and that's their strategic goal to occupy capital as well. At least, and to go to the Dnipro River, which is dividing Ukraine into shores, in two parts. And I want to say that actually, to be honest, we have the combat actions on the new region, that is Dnipropetrovsk region, which is behind the Donetsk and Zaporizhia region. And now we have at least in two places, the combat region. That means they will push and go to get their buffer zone, and they won't stop again. That's why we are worrying, and that shows that Russia, it seems to us from both terms and sides, frontline and diplomatic, this war seems endless, because on the one hand, on the front, yes, they are slow, but they have success. They don't feel the lack of people. That's the problem with which we are facing, actually, to be honest, and what we have. And from the other way, they are now back with their diplomatic success, starting from the negotiations with the US, and they are quite, I would say, successful in psyops, in the media, in all this propaganda which is going through Europe, starting from the Hungary, Slovakia, and so on and so on. You know, that's quite strange position they got for the last 4 years.
How does that affect morale in Ukraine to think that the propaganda war, as you call it, is being as successful as it is in the countries that you mentioned?
You know, yes, we are exhausted. Yes, there is the feeling of being very desperate in a very desperate situation from the one side. But from the other one, we don't have the other Ukraine, and we don't want to be refugees. So there is no other way than except to stay, than to stay and to fight. That's the point of people who are staying here and continue to somehow to live, to fight, to build business. To feel more or less normal life somewhere in the regions where they can get this normal life. But yes, we are exhausted. But at the same time, we understand that's the last chance, you know, to hold the position and Ukraine on political map.
Just lastly, I mean, do you think President Trump has any leverage over President Putin?
I think he has real empathy, and this moment that when you're charming by this Russian soul of being very strong, ambitious, and building empire, when you are one of the strongest states. But understanding that it's the part of Chinese policy, but this looks like that this connection and these links, unfortunately, are stronger than we can imagine and we are talking about.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Solomia Bobrovska.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, Israel carries out an airstrike and drone attacks on the Syrian Defence Ministry headquarters. This follows clashes between Syrian government forces and Druze armed groups in the Syrian province of Sweida. We'll be asking, why is Israel getting involved in this? And 20 people are killed in a stampede at an aid distribution site in southern Gaza. We'll get the latest on the humanitarian situation there. Plus, President Trump's 50-day countdown has begun for President Putin to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. As Russia strikes 4 Ukrainian cities overnight, there's no indication that Moscow is changing tack. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Syria, where tensions are escalating. Israeli forces have carried out a second strike on Syrian army headquarters in Damascus within the space of a few hours. Well, the latest strike was reportedly more intense and more destructive than the first. Well, Israel's also launched additional attacks on the southern city of Sweida, which is a predominantly Druze area of the country. Well, before we bring in our guests, let's take a quick look at what's going on. Well, in Sweida, fighting has broken out between Druze armed groups and Syrian government forces after a ceasefire fell apart. That's where Israel has stepped in. Well, Israel says it's intervening to protect the Druze community and has warned Damascus to withdraw its troops from Sweida or face further strikes. And for further context, the Syrian Druze community also lives in the Golan Heights, which is a strategic area that Israel captured from Syria in 1967 and still controls today. Well, we're going to head now to Tel Aviv. We can speak to Ilan Levy, who is a former international spokesperson for the Israeli government. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Good evening.
What is your understanding of what Israel is seeking to achieve in southern Syria?
Israel is staging a humanitarian intervention here to protect the Druze minority in Syria. Israelis have been horrified in recent days to see images of Druze people being attacked by regime forces in Syria, including reports, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, of 21 extrajudicial executions. Now, Israel is a Jewish state, but it has a big Druze minority. They're a well-integrated part of society, and they're begging the government to do something to save their brothers across the border. In fact, we've seen hundreds of Druze men breaking into Syria to go and fight on behalf of their Druze brethren. So Israel here is trying to tell Jolani, back off, the Druze must be protected, and they're under our protection. We won't allow you to attack them.
The Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, calling on Damascus, quote, leave the Druze in Sweida alone. He's then been firing drones, and there's been an airstrike on the military headquarters in Damascus. And I'm just wondering whether you think this is helpful in achieving that goal.
Well, Israel's trying to get the Jolani's forces to back off from attacking the Druze in southern Syria. Let's remember Jolani was until recently an al-Qaeda terrorist until he trimmed his beard and put on a new suit. And Israel is very skeptical and wary. It's called him a wolf in sheep's clothing, hoping that he will want to be part of the circle of peace and normalization in the Middle East, but, worrying that the leopard hasn't changed its spots. So I think by attacking the military headquarters in Damascus, Israel is sending a message to the Syrian military that it should pull back from Sweida and stop attacking the Druze over there, not just by attacking the forces once they're actually in Sweida, but also sending a clear message to the military leadership that the Druze must be protected. And I think it's a positive development that in just the last few hours, we've seen a statement coming from the Syrian government, I think trying to calm things down and committing to the protection of Druze civilians, saying that that incident must be investigated, hoping, I hope, of course, that the civilians there will remain protected.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't mentioned one other part of the story, which is that the Syrian army went to Sweida to try to put down clashes that have broken out between the Druze and Bedouin armed groups. I mean, that's the backstory, isn't it? That's what sparked this. I mean, the Syrian armed forces didn't go to Sweida to attack Druze people, did they?
No. Well, I think there are two aspects here. The first is that the Druze people in Syria came under attack from Bedouin forces loyal to the regime. We've seen really horrific reports of human rights abuses taking place there. One senior Druze official in Israel saying this is, the Druze of Syria's 7th of October. But there is another region, which is that Israel wants southern Syria to be demilitarized. The lesson that Israel drew from October 7th is that it cannot allow hostile forces to amass on its border and hope that it can deter them or have advanced warning of an attack. So there are two interests. One, a humanitarian interest to protect the Druze of southern Syria, and the second, a desire to keep Jolani's forces away from the Israeli border in order to promote regional stability and make sure that we don't get those hostile forces amassing on Israel's border. Those two interests go hand in hand.
I mean, some might say, what business has Israel got dictating terms to a sovereign state on where it can and cannot have its soldiers in that country, especially when they say they're going there to put down clashes that have broken out. These are historic clashes. These are nothing new. The clashes between Bedouin armed groups and the Druze, they go back a long way, I'm told. I mean, what do you say to that?
Well, the public pressure in Israel for a humanitarian intervention is coming from the Druze community inside Israel. It's not coming from radical settlers or the far right. It's coming from the Druze minority in Israel, many of whom have family in southern Syria. And they've been watching the images on social media of the atrocities, and they're demanding action. They've declared a general strike. They've been protesting on the border. They've been blocking highways. We've had hundreds of Israeli Druze men breaking into Syria to go and fight, and the community leadership telling men to get ready and go and fight in Syria to protect their own brethren if that's needed. And the Druze are a very loyal minority inside Israel. They're punching way above their weight in the army, in the police force, in the civil service as well. And they're telling the Israeli government, we have stood by your side to help protect our country. Now we need you to come to the defense of our cousins across the border who are being slaughtered. And I think there are two aspects here. One, Israel as a Jewish state says we cannot allow a minority to be targeted just over the border and stand idly by. It goes against the soul of who we are. We know as Jews what it's like to be persecuted. But also, owing that debt of loyalty to the Druze community inside Israel, it can't stand idly by while their cousins are being slaughtered just across the border.
I mean, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm recalling events only a week or so ago when Christians in the West Bank, who say they were coming under renewed and sustained attack from Israeli settlers, were calling for action. We had the patriarch, I think it was, of the Greek Orthodox Church there, saying that several sacred sites in the West Bank, Christian sacred sites, had been desecrated, vandalized. I mean, if Israel's goal is to defend religious minorities in the region, I mean, some might say perhaps it might look a little closer to home.
Yeah, well, I've seen those ghastly reports, and I certainly hope that they are investigated in full and that the perpetrators are held accountable. As far as I'm concerned, there's absolutely no excuse for that sort of vigilante violence. But that doesn't change the fact that there is a big domestic constituency inside Israel, within Druze society, that is demanding humanitarian protections for the Druze of Syria. And Israel looks at them and expects they need to be protected. And if Israel doesn't protect them, no one else is going to. And as I said, there's a confluence of interests. Israel wants to keep Syrian regime forces away from the border because it doesn't trust an army that is now run by an ex-Al-Qaeda militant. But also the government is under significant domestic pressure to protect the Druze. And if the Israeli government were to decide to say, not our business, Jolani can do whatever he wants to the Druze of Syria, they would have a serious domestic problem from a large, very loyal minority group that is expecting the government to do something to protect their families across the border.
You mentioned the Syrian leadership on more than one occasion already, Mr. Levy, and President Ahmed al-Shara was the man who was embraced, let's not forget, only 2 months ago, quite literally, by President Donald Trump. I mean, are you suggesting he is not the right man for the job?
Well, President al-Shara was until recently on America's most wanted list. He was, America had a $5 million bounty, I think, on his head. He was only taken off the most wanted list once he started giving press conferences from the presidential palace in Damascus. He's a former Al-Qaeda militant who now wears a suit and has trimmed his beard. Now, Israel hopes, of course, the leopard has changed its spots, that his focus now is to build Syria, to stabilize that country, and that he's not an Islamist who's looking for wars. But Israel is, of course, skeptical, and experience has shown that people like that should be treated with skepticism. Israel would like to have peace with Syria. We're seeing positive developments. The fall of the Assad regime has knocked Syria out of the Iranian axis. It stopped weapons smuggling to Hezbollah. We've had meetings between Jolani and senior Israeli officials. These are positive developments. But at the same time, Israel, I think, is right to suspect that he hasn't become, a Western liberal overnight, and that there are still serious Islamist inclinations in his government. And if we're going to have normalization, then the Syrian government is going to have to prove its peaceful intentions. And one way to prove its peaceful intentions is to make sure that all non-Muslim minorities in Syria are protected as well.
Mr. Levy, you've mentioned normalization, and I wanted to ask you about that in any case, because Israel expressed a desire to normalize ties with other countries in the region, and Syria was one of them. Lebanon could be another. And I'm just struggling to reconcile that kind of ambition and that kind of narrative with the airstrikes carried out on the heart of Damascus today. How do you reconcile that?
Israel wants the October 7th war to end with peace. And we're on the cusp of a historic breakthrough, normalization with Lebanon, with Syria, with Saudi Arabia that want to turn a new leaf, and that would be a fantastic development. But, peace is what happens when war ends. And Syria is still in a state of war with Israel because the Assad regime never recognized Israel. Now, there is a question about whether the attacks on the Druze civilians in Sweida in fact pushes peace further away, because I think there are two options. Either Jolani is behind the persecution of Druze civilians in Sweida, in which case many people in Israel, including Israeli Druze, will say, how can we make peace with a man who is persecuting our brethren across the border? Or they're being attacked by rogue forces, and then there's the question, how can you have a border security arrangement with a country that can't even control its own forces? Maybe Jolani isn't as secure in power in Syria as he would hope. But in any case, we're hearing the American administration trying to calm down the temperatures and get normalization back on track. And I hope we will be able to have peace and normalization with Syria, and that it will be a peace that's based on the protection of minority rights in Syria as well.
I just want to pick up on that point just one more time about the president of Syria. And I'm hearing from you a sense that you think the United States has been either naive or hasty or both to welcome President Bashar in from the cold, essentially. I mean, is that what you think?
I think the United States has a clear interest to try to draw Syria into the Western orbit, because the alternative, having just kicked out the Russians, is that Syria ends up in China's orbit. There is, of course, a scramble now for influence inside Syria. The Turks, the Qataris are also trying to gain influence, and it's important for the United States to draw them into the Western orbit and help to make peace. But one does have to wonder whether the decision to lift sanctions on Syria was a little bit too hasty, because the United States was not demanding that the new regime prove anything or meet any specific goals and targets. It was unconditional. And I hope that Jolani, who used to be an HTS al-Qaeda militant, really has changed his stripes and is committed to moderation. And this isn't a big deception ruse to try to trick the West. But I think Israel is going to treat him with caution, fear the worst, and hope for the best.
And when it comes to the Druze, I mean, they don't all speak with one voice, do they? So when Israel says it wants to protect this minority, which they are, as only 1.2 million Druze in the entire Middle East region, that's according to estimates. Is there a risk that perhaps Israel is doing many of the Druze a disservice by framing them as being a protected people by Israel, which may cause them other problems in a region where, a lot of countries have not normalized ties with Israel?
You're right, the Druze don't speak in one voice. They're a minority group that has always been loyal to the countries they live in, and now they find themselves under attack in Syria. But as I said, the demand to protect the Druze is coming from Druze inside Israel. And I'm sure that if they thought that demanding intervention to protect their cousins in Sweida were going to put them in further trouble, they wouldn't do that. Instead, they're demanding that Israel help them, that they protect them, because they think that that's what's best for their cousins over the border. And I'm sure they have a better idea of what's good for the Druze in Syria, better than either you or I have.
I mean, there are people who, even at the outset of the beginning of the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule in Syria, who saw, incursions by Israeli forces into Syrian territory, and they saw this as opportunism. And there may be people who are out there saying they're getting involved in the plight of the Druze in southern Syria, close to Israel's border and close to the Golan Heights, is again an attempt to divide and conquer and foment unrest. What do you say to that?
Israel doesn't want to divide and conquer, but it does want to keep hostile forces away from its border. The lesson that Israel learned from the October 7th massacre is that we're just too small and just too vulnerable to allow enemy forces to sit on the border and then hope that we'll receive an advance warning before they attack. It failed in Gaza, where we were invaded by thousands of Hamas terrorists on October 7th. They brutally murdered 1,200 people. It allowed Hezbollah to build an arsenal of over 100,000 missiles. And Israel is now using its moment of strength, having largely won the October 7th war, to promote regional stability by pushing threats away from the border. It's saying we can't let those threats build up on our border and then hope we can deter them. In order to keep ourselves safe and then to prevent the risk of conflict, we need to push hostile forces away from the border. So there's definitely a question whether supporting the Druze in Syria is a question of overreach, overextension, whether Israel is biting off more than it can chew. But Israel's strategic understanding has definitely shifted. We can't allow jihadi forces to sit along the border to create a jihadi safe haven and just hope that things will be okay. Israel now says we learned the hard way what happens when hostile forces build up on our border, and we can't let them get anywhere close to Israeli civilians again.
I mean, just the geography has to be, we have to remind our viewers that Sweida is not really very far from Damascus. So the idea of there being no Syrian forces close to the capital is a bit unrealistic, isn't it? It's only about 40 kilometers away from the Syrian capital, Damascus.
Exactly. Sweida is not very far from Damascus, and Damascus isn't very far from Israel. Israel's a very small country, and these forces are in very close proximity. And Israel has no strategic depth. What it is doing now, by helping to protect the Druze civilians who want that support inside Syria, is to make sure that hostile forces can't approach the border. And so, as I said, these two interests go hand in hand. On the one hand, Israel's strategic understanding of how to promote regional stability and to forestall conflict by keeping threats away from the border, and a genuine humanitarian impulse under domestic pressure from Druze in Israel to protect Druze civilians. I think Israel would rather see southern Syria be some sort of Druze autonomous region or an area where the Druze are able to protect themselves than to have the forces under control of an ex-Al-Qaeda commander in charge of this vulnerable religious minority.
And yet these hostile forces that you're talking about are the forces of a government with which Israel does not exclude and possibly even welcomes the idea of a normalization of ties. It's very difficult to join all the dots there.
Not at all. I mean, these are hostile forces because they're forces of a government that remains at a state of war with Israel. If that government makes peace with Israel, then they won't be hostile forces. They'll be friendly. But that's why we need a diplomatic process to promote normalization between Israel and Syria. And I hope that all international diplomats and world leaders say it's a once-in-a-lifetime historic opportunity now to promote peace and normalization in the Middle East, because everything has changed in the wake of the October 7th war.
Sure, I mean, a lot has changed, that's absolutely unquestionable. And one of the significant issues with regards to this particular matter is the fact that the Syrian government is very much in the fold now, it would appear, of the Trump administration, of other regional allies. Israel is, of course, an ally as well. What's Washington, just to wrap up, what does Washington make of Israel's incursions into Syria and these latest developments? So have we heard anything yet?
The latest report that I've seen from Axios is that Washington is trying to cool the temperatures. It wants a de-escalation. Of course, as part of that, it will want the Syrian government to commit to protections of the Druze minority and all other minorities inside Syria. But I think President Trump has an agenda now. He wants to get peace and normalization in the Middle East. He wants that to be his legacy. And so they're going to want to try to de-escalate in order to promote those peace agreements. But as I said, given the domestic pressure from the Druze inside Israel, peace with Syria is only going to be possible if the Druze are protected. Israel won't be able to normalize relations with Syria if it's persecuting the Druze in Sweida at the same time.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. A pleasure talking to you, Elon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, for more analysis on this, I'm joined now by Dr. Sami Nader, who is director at the Levant Institute for Strategic Affairs, LISA. He joins us from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Dr. Nader.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I mean, this is a really complicated story for a lot of people to understand. And I just want to do a little recap with you here, because we've got a situation where fighting between Druze fighters and Bedouin armed men triggered the Syrian government to send in forces to get involved. And now the Israelis are getting involved to protect the Druze from the Syrian armed forces. Is that roughly your understanding of this whole situation?
Yes, definitely. This is the situation. And it shows that we have conflicting agendas when it comes to redrawing the map of the Middle East, because what we are in front of today, it's not just an ethnic conflict. It's the withdrawing of the Levant map after the earthquake, the geopolitical earthquake that happens with the fall of the Assad regime in Syria and decrease or the collapse of Iranian influence in the region. So we have at least two agendas when it comes to redrawing the map of the Levant. One is based on the status quo ante that prevailed, meaning the states as it was drawn more or less in the wake of the First World War, meaning Iraq, Syria, Lebanon as we know them. And another one, another vision driven by the Israeli government, and the Israeli were open about it lately when they are talking about the partition of Syria based on ethnicity, meaning that the Kurds will carve up their own autonomy, their own small state, the Druze as well at the Alawite. But this would mean to reconsider the whole map of the Levant, particularly Lebanon, Iraq, and it will not stop at the border of Syria. And this is a huge bet, and I don't think it will get the support of any regional power or international power. And the first party that is opposing it's the United States of America. But definitely what's happening in Sweida today, it's beyond a small ethnic conflict between Bedouin, Arab and Druze.
Okay, I mean, you're framing the situation in a different way from our previous guest. We spoke to a former spokesperson for the Israeli government who said, really, this is simply a case of Israel wanting to defend an ethnic and religious minority in another country. I mean, do you buy that?
I mean, yeah, this is an excuse. This is part of, or the justification of a broader map that, in my view, from an Israeli standpoint, can ensure the stability of and the security of Israel in the long run, which is bordering itself by a small state that will rely on it for their own security and not never being able of threatening its own security. Now the intervention, the military intervention, because it does not find any international support from regional power and not under international law. This is one important aspect. So they cannot be officially vocal about it, though we have heard some voices lately close to the decision maker in Israel pushing this new agenda of the Middle East. And it's Mr. Netanyahu himself saying about a new Middle East that needs to emerge after the strike in Iran and after the collapse of the Assad regime.
Okay, you mentioned President Assad there. I just wanted to ask you whether these types of clashes between Bedouin tribes and the Druze also happened under President Assad, and if so, what was different? What did he do to put down clashes of these kind?
Mr. Assad himself was trying to push for what we call the alliance of minorities in order to contain the majority of Sunnis that were challenging his power and that were claiming their part of freedom. They were asking for their share or the minimum right for participation. And Mr. Assad tried to get the support of the minority, what we call the minorities in Syria, namely the Druze, the Christians, and the Alawite, being himself Alawite, in order to face this Sunni opposition, bearing in mind that he did not guarantee any right for these minorities. He wanted to subdue them, to having them on his side in order to present himself as a protector of these minorities, as a protector of as a promoter of a secular state, trying to depict his opponents as Islamist group. And this was his strategy since day one. Today, the situation is different. This does not disenfranchise the current government of Mr. Shara of all responsibility. Mr. Shara needs to prove that he's capable of putting in place, a government that is an inclusive government that can protect the right of not of the different religious group in Syria, but all the Syrian citizens, whatever their ethnic group is.
I mean, we've heard from Israel this desire to protect the Druze because they feel some solidarity with them being in a minority. I'm just wondering how the Druze feel about that, because there's a chance, isn't there, and a risk that they'll be doing a disservice to the Druze by having them framed as being a people under Israel's protection. I mean, is that risky for the Druze to have that sort of association?
This is a very important question indeed. The Druze are in a very tough situation. On one hand, they suffered from the past regime because they did not get this right, and they suffer from, like any other community, from the wrongdoing and misconduct of an authoritarian regime. Today, they are worried about their future because they are still waiting an inclusive government that will be respectful of their own right. This is on one hand. On the other hand, some extremist movement emerged lately, and this is feeding their fear and their concern. But those Druze, since day one, the creation of Syria, their identity is 100% an Arab identity, and they have been standard bearer. They champion Syria independence. They face up to the French mandate for the colonial type of regime that the French were trying to put in place in the early of the last century, and they have been totally champion of the Arab cause. This is why their identity is deeply an Arab identity. And they are taking their distance from any alliance with Israel. That said, there is a community of Druze living inside Israel, and since 1948, and they are Israeli citizens. And there is this. They have this belonging to Israel, but as citizen and not as Druze. But this is what it comes to the Druze of Israel. While the Druze of Syria, they are Arab Druze. It's true that some of them are betting on on reforming the Syrian state, while the others are more skeptical, and they are asking today for a decentralized form of government, like the Sheikh Hishri, for instance. He's trying to push a reform agenda based on decentralization, which will guarantee the autonomy of the Druze region, like Sweida.
Lebanon, where you are now, is home to the world's second largest Druze community after Syria. And then I believe it's Israel and Jordan in that order. Lebanon, of course, home to a famous leader in the Druze community and a political leader in the form of Walid Jumblat. What are we hearing from community leaders like Jumblat with regards to this particular issue?
Jumblat is very clear. He is those who are betting on the Arab identity of the Druze community, on the Druze alliance or the Druze natural belonging to what we call the Arab family. They have developed strong relationship with Arab countries, and namely Saudi Arabia. Today, Walid Jumblat is saying that the Druze in Syria need the protection of the Syrian state, and it's up to the Syrian state to secure the lives of the Druze. So he totally rejects any kind of alliance with Israel in order to protect the Druze minority. So he's betting on Mr. Shara government, he's betting on Syria and the Druze belonging to the Arab family as the right way to secure their perennity and their security.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed. Really helpful to get your analysis. Dr. Sami Nader, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
A pleasure.
Well, let's get more on this, and we can speak now to Dr. Samir Al-Taki, who is a researcher at the Middle East Institute. He joins us from Washington. Dr. Al-Taki, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Can I just start by asking you for your understanding on the ceasefire? From what you're hearing and what you're seeing, does it appear to be holding?
Thank you very much for inviting me or for making me allowed to participate with you. Actually, till now, things are holding. Still, there are some skirmishes here and there, especially in the eastern area, with the withdrawal of the pro-governmental forces maybe they are not regular forces. Actually, there had been some killings and attacks on some civilian in the area. But still, I think it's we can say that the situation is disengaging, and we can say that, yes, things are going toward a better situation at the level of the civilian life. And now people are able to go to see their relatives, to have a look at their homes, etc. So I think things are better, practically.
Okay. And I mean, there is this narrative from Israel that they are trying to defend the Druze people, a minority in Syria. We had a guest on this channel yesterday who said that Israel feels very strongly about defending the Druze. I'm just wondering what you read into that, and whether you think there is gratitude on the part of the Druze people for this defense by the Israelis of their cause.
I think if you go to Sweida, which is practically the Syrian capital for the Druzes, actually you will see entering there lots of the monuments indicating the Syrian Druze martyrs who had been killed fighting the Druzes. The current situation now is as such. I think first of all, the Israelis had made an agreement with the current Syrian government regarding the presence of the Syrian forces, especially the heavy armament, to be set far away, about 80 kilometers north of Damascus. They are not allowed beyond this line, actually, till the Golan borders. This is one concern. The other concern, I think, for the Israelis is regarding the presence of jihadi Islamist factions that do not necessarily identify themselves as part of the Syrian army, but still they are acting and they are loyal to this current Syrian government. So in this respect, the Israelis are saying that they have concerns regarding those people. And the third factor, of course, is the Druze factor, where there is about 500,000 Druzes, I think. I know 170,000 Druzes in Israel. Some of them are well involved in the Israeli army, in the IDF. So I think there are multiple factors that pushed the Israelis for this action. The main factor, I think, is that they feel that the agreement that had been achieved in Azerbaijan, Baku, hadn't been respected regarding the presence of heavy armament in the south, and of course the pressure of the Druzes, which was one of the conditions of the Israelis regarding the ceasefire and beginning a certain process for the withdrawal of their forces. One of the conditions was not to allow the Syrian forces to enter forcibly in Sweida and in the areas of what we call Jabal al-Arab, or the mountain of the Arabs, the main stronghold of the Druzes. So actually, the latest development from the Israeli side is calming down now, but still the situation is very, very, very tense.
Yeah, we've heard from the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, saying that Israel is trying to divide the Syrian people, but nevertheless, he said he was going to proceed with this ceasefire agreement. I mean, do you think there is a risk that Israel's involvement in Syria's affairs and its perceived defense of the Druze risks further deepening sectarian fault lines in the country?
Of course, I think the main task now really facing the Syrian government is to open a real dialogue among the different components of the Syrian society. There had been the fabric of the Syrian society had been totally shattered during the totalitarian regime of the Assad, and the regime was really inciting the confessional and sectarian divide side. And I think unless the Syrian government heads toward a serious and not forceful negotiation with the Syrian components, without that, the Syrian situation will continue to be precarious. We have now pressures from Turkey asking the Syrian army to clash with the Kurds in the north. So all surrounding countries do have their share and interest in what's going on. Would it be Israel? Would it be Turkey? Would it be Iraq? And other, or the Russians, of course. So all those forces are maybe waiting for seeing whether the Syrians will be able to forge a kind of national unity among the different components, a kind of a decentralized state that would allow the build up of the mutual confidence among the components. So I think, yes, Israel can incite, can harm the task for a political dialogue, but still the main responsibility is for the Syrian government to open a serious, peaceful dialogue with the components that would allow really a real Syrian unity and allow the possibility of a national internal peace. I think this is a condition to block the different kind of interventions from different neighbors or international powers.
Okay, I mean, I'm asking you this next question really for the benefit of international viewers who might not know very much about the Druze. I mean, after all, there's only around 1.1, 1.2 million Druze people in the entire world, most of them in Syria, also in Lebanon, also in Israel. The Druze don't all speak with one voice, do they? And we've heard, for example, the rejection of the ceasefire. That came from one Druze community leader by the name of Hekmat al-Hijiri. He rejected it. But I'm just wondering, who is the one legitimate voice, or is there a legitimate voice that speaks for all the Druze, or at least a majority of the Druze people?
Actually, there is a very powerful intellectual and civil society movement among the Druzes. And those people were fighting peacefully this previous regime. And now they have a real important say in what's going on. And they were those who really opened a dialogue with the Syrian regime, trying to overcome to overcome the many obstacles that had been raised by the negotiators. But so at the end of the day, the massacres that happened, there had been about 10 small and really bigger massacres. All massacres are equal at the end of the day. But yes, there had been about 10 massacres. And those acts practically united the Druzes together. And they are now willing to go toward a ceasefire. But still, there are some suspicious people who are seeing the presence of the armed forces loyal to the Syrian regime, not necessarily regular forces, still in the area. So, yes, the situation is very precarious. And I think the position now is still, we can understand it in terms of, a synchronized position among the Druzes. Some of them will accept, the others will be suspicious, just to keep their options open rather than a real divide, because at the end of the day, facing those dangers, practically their vision became much more than before. They united much more than before. That's why I think now what we are witnessing is that the Druzes, who are a kind of a religious entity that could be affiliated to Islam, but practically they have their origins in many messages sent by their sheikhs from the Hindu culture, the Buddhist culture, and even the Greek culture. So it's a kind of maybe closer to the Buddhism rather than anything else. Still, they are considered to be Muslims and monotheist. At the end of the day, this could be a detail in this situation, but they are quite a coherent socio-economic entity in Syria, and they have a system of solidarity, social solidarity, and even organizational solidarity, which is quite powerful in spite of their relatively small percentage of the Syrian population.
Yeah, indeed. They're about 3% of the Syrian population. But to go back to what you were saying earlier about some sort of national dialogue between the Syrian leadership and the leaders of other minorities in the country, let's focus obviously on the Druze. Who would you expect to be representing the Druze in such a dialogue? Who are the key figures that you would expect to be sitting across the table from President Ashara or his delegates on this subject of national unity?
I think the Druzes would be able to unify themselves under some kind of, we can imagine a kind of a delegation that could include Mr. Bal'ous and other religious leaders. But the Druzes are, generally speaking, they are very secular, and so they affiliate themselves more to many Sunni secular that are maybe not in harmony with the current Syrian regime. So I think the secular side, which is called the Sahet al-Karama, the place of dignity, which used to be a square in Sweida, where they gathered every week against the previous Syrian regime. I think this coalition of different secular forces among the Druzes is very powerful, and we can imagine them also to have a major role in the mediation, in the negotiations, bridging the gaps. I think this could be quite an important force among the Druzes also.
And it was quite interesting to look at the scenes from Sweida, and particularly when the border fence was penetrated by Druze people on both sides, from Golan, which is annexed by Israel, and people on the Syrian side. There were reunions of families that were completely cut off from one another. And I just want to ask you about the Druze who live in Golan, because I gather there's 22,000 permanent Druze residents in Golan, and yet only 1,600 of them have taken up the offer of Israeli citizenship. And I'm just wondering how you think those Druze in Golan, which is controlled by Israel, feel about Israel. Do they feel more Israeli? Do they feel more Druze, or would they sort of feel neither?
It's controversial to a large extent. Actually, the Druzes, as I said, they used to have to play a major and important role in the Syrian army and fought fiercely against the Israeli army. I'm speaking about the Syrian Druzes. So about the Golan Druzes, I think the fact that they have now a peaceful life under Israel, they were not involved in the civil war along more than 14 years, that lasted more than 14 years. And also, maybe they became more and more, let's say, loyal or accepting the Israeli relation. And at the end of the day, I think the main factor here is the factional divide, the confessional divide in Syria that made them feel that when somebody comes to kill you, you do not ask his identity. You just find somebody neighboring you that would be ready to help you. And here, there, especially the Golan Druses, they have really familial, first-degree familial relations with the Druses in Sweida, and some of them did have their direct relatives killed in the massacres that happened by the pro-regime forces. They are not maybe regular forces, but they were pro-regime forces. So they see the confessional jihadi propaganda in Syria very much a danger for their relatives. And that's why they were maybe more than 3 months ago ready to intervene and try to defend their relatives. And that's what had happened practically. Still, I think there is another regulating factor. As I said, Sahat al-Karama, the square of dignity. People are trying to calm down and not to allow things to become a kind of pro-Israeli movement among the Druses. Of course, the scene is very much, like a moving sand now in Syria. And because of the atrocities, people could change their camps because of their familial and fear makes lots of change in the Syrian in the people's mind, actually.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us. Dr. Samir Al-Taki, researcher at the Middle East Institute. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
That is all we have time for on this special edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Milan. While Milan isn't much the first choice when visiting Italy, it is still worth the tour. A city of business and banking, shopping and fashion, you'll definitely fall in love with Milan. The commercial center of Italy, after all, is known for its stylish catwalk and famous shops. Plus, it's got a list of hidden wonders for you to discover. First, experience a breathtaking view of the city from the Duomo roof. The famous Duomo, after all, is the center of all tourist activity in Milan. Take the elevator up and walk around the cathedral's roof to see the magnificent city from above. While the city is usually smoggy, obscuring your view, it's still worth the experience. Of course, the interiors of Duomo is already impressive to begin with. Next is a visit to the Santa Maria delle Grazie Church. This is where you will find the famous Last Supper that many households have replicas of. You certainly shouldn't miss this chance to see a Da Vinci masterpiece up close. Getting tickets to view it may be difficult, but with good planning, it is still possible. Then, of course, there are the beautiful parks around the city. Milan is definitely a bustling city, but there are places to take a break from all of the busyness. There are a couple of good-sized parks around the city that'll be convenient for you to escape in for a while. Milan is also definitely a city for culinary treats. One of the popular must-tries are the panzerotto, or the Milanese fast food. It is a sweet and spongy piece of flatbread with mozzarella and tomato sauce. Of course, there are many other specialties to try aside from this. Next are the wondrous canals in the Navigli. Yes, there are canals in Milan, and one of them was designed by Da Vinci. The Navigli district has 2 canals, and you can take boat tours in it. It's also considered a haven for artists these days, and you may also come across small art galleries and charming restaurants nearby. It's also the place to be after dark, as the Navigli is known for its hip and happening nightlife. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya news.
Pre-season episode.
Yeah. Pre-season, end of season, have a little chit-chat. One thing I've got to bring up, do you hear about what happened to him?
I didn't guess. Tell me.
Do you know he's going to the Sam Fender concert?
I didn't, no. Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? He's listening to all the tunes. Going to it. Was it Saturday night? He said he's going, Saturday night. I got, oh, mate, you'll love it. I've seen him in Los Angeles. He's good. Good concerts. He's good. Songs are good. Real good vibes there. Turns up a day late, doesn't he?
A day late? 24 hours?
Turns up to the car park and everything.
Did you not?
Mate, do you know what happened to me?
Where was it first, by the way?
It's at the London Stadium.
Yeah,
and
you were at home ground.
So look, I was actually working on the Friday night anyway. I was doing Talk Sport, Sports Bar, Weekender, and it was just I just had it in my head that it was on the Saturday night.
Right.
So I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, So even Adam Cattrall, he even like said to me, goes, Coley, so what are you doing the weekend. I said, yeah, I'm going to Sam Fender, buzzing, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the next day, I'm even in the afternoon, I've got the tunes on, trying to get familiar with the tunes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I've heard these tunes only on radio.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is going to be a bit different for me, going to a Sam Fender concert. You know what I mean? I don't know how many black people go to a Sam Fender concert.
Go.
But I'm going to be the first.
Trailblazing!
So anyway, so I told the missus, I said, listen, we're going to have a great night tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to have a superb night.
Yeah.
Bit of acoustics. Anyway, I'm thinking this is going to be perfect.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I'm ringing up for a car park space. I'm like, listen, I'm coming down. And they wouldn't answer the phone, like the CEO, Graham Gilmore, he wouldn't answer. I'm like, oh man, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And then I call Danielle up as well, CEO's assistant secretary, and she's like, she's phoned me back. She goes, yeah, so listen, Dan, I just need a car park space. And she goes, for what? I was like, what do you mean for what? She goes, nah, that was last night, Colton.
Only this guy.
I was like, oh, my missus was sitting next to me there. I was like, oh, okay, all right. I'll call you back, yeah? Yeah? All right, cool. I've got to put the phone down. I've got up, yeah? I've gone to the toilet to think about it. I've gone to the toilet to say, how am I breaking? My missus has gone to Zara and got a new outfit. So she's thinking, we're out tonight.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, we were supposed to be out. So I've come back from the toilet. I was like, babe, you'll never guess what. She goes, what? She knows going up. Because I've just had this phone call, yeah, and I've just gone straight up to the toilet.
Do you reckon she knew he's gone to compose himself?
Yes,
Something's happened. Women know everything, don't they?
And then she goes, yeah, and I've gone, well, you know that concert we're supposed to go tonight? She goes, yeah. It was last night. I was like, and she's gone, only you could get those details wrong. How would you know? I was like, okay, listen, hands up. What else you want to do?
What did you do?
Oh, we stayed in, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we stayed in.
Okay.
And we just got some popcorn.
Yeah.
Film out, Netflix.
Yeah.
Chill, yeah.
Netflix is chill.
like, there's nothing else I could do with it. Like, I wasn't going to just magically think of something else to do that she wanted to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, unless I'd have gone every man's cinema or something like that. But I thought, why go and spend money when could just do this at home? Just chill out.
It's nice chilling out as well.
Yeah.
Keep it local. Yeah. Keep it local.
So, it was nice. We spent quality time together.
Oh, nice. I remember you talking about concerts and being the only black guy there. Remember do you remember we went to the Kasabian gig?
Oh,
and you see the other. This is funny. He's in front of me, right?
I remember this.
He's in front of me. We're walking through the crowd, and there's another black guy. And he's gone, "What's happening, mate?" I think you're right. We're here.
How we here? I don't know.
I remember that.
I think, also, I was the only black guy, in the mosh pit.
You was.
Like, there's all stampeding each other.
You bouncing.
And I'm bouncing. I was like, yeah, I'll have a bit of this. I can show the buffalo strength. So I've gone in there, I'm doing the mosh pit. Like, everyone's buzzing with me. I was like, yeah! This is life. This is living. Anyway, so that was my escapade. No, I've had a mare.
You've had a mare, mate. But
it's all right. Quality time spent anyway.
Yeah,
good.
Actually, it's one of his gigs, though.
Yeah, is it good, Bridget?
It is good.
Yeah, I need to see. I do like some of his songs. This is something I wanted to bring to the people's. Anyone who's listening to this is from London. I was walking down the King's Road. This needs to stop, by the way. I'm going to throw it out there.
Here we go.
With my kids, and then just a melee of people on rollerblades and just coming, just causing chaos. Like, do you know what I mean? Cars, nothing can go nowhere. The music's playing, and I'm all for having a party. So I'm like, all right, they're having their fun. Yeah. But then for no reason, I watched these two fellas drive past this car and just slap it like that, and I was like, slap the car. No, I don't know what it is. It's like some kind of. Like
endearment.
I don't know. It wasn't endearment.
endearment.
Mate, the geezer in the car. He looked so distraught. Like they just did this. Like they're the wing mirror like whacked, and I was like,
yeah, it should be doing.
No need for that. So annoyed me. Anyway, But yeah, that's not why I talked about it.
No, I get why.
I thought I want to talk about that on the pod. That's a liberty.
That is a liberty.
Like, you're having fun. They're doing all your thing. Don't start whacking cars.
No, that's not your property.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah. Or if you're going to do it, don't do it in the King's Road. Do it at Tottenham. See how you get on. See how you gone then. Yeah. Dan Haringey. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Go on then.
See how you go.
Well, there you are.
Bridgie, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah, really good.
Do you want to just crack on with it?
Yeah, let's get on to it, shall we?
Because we know this man would have been the king of pre-season, wouldn't he? No, not you. Yeah.
He's a specimen, yeah.
You would have liked all the competition.
Did you like pre-season?
No, the first few I didn't like. Because I didn't... Back in the day when I first started, it was run. That's all
first
it was,
team?
was
So
run.
we talk about first team or
first,
talk about youth?
First team. Youth,
Okay.
I never really did. There wasn't really a pre-season. Obviously the YTS, I guess. Yeah. But I think it was... Yeah, actually it would have been the YTS because you went in and you trained with the first team, so it would have been then. And obviously, it's just different, isn't it? It's because there's like you used to get like about 8 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 week holiday, and they used to bring you in between for a week.
Yeah.
So you'd have 4 weeks off, come in and do a week's running.
See, that not everyone. That was Glenn.
Glenn did that.
Glenn did that.
Did that me,
I think that's smart back in them days to do that.
You'd have a long time off, so you want to get you in for a week. So my first, I wasn't actually with Glenn. Actually, it was with he did it when I was there, but my first pre-season with Southampton was just literally just go out and run. It'd be a long distance run. It was just run, man.
Yeah.
There was no football boots involved.
Yeah.
But it was like, and I was fit-ish, but I think after that first pre-season when I got fitter, I thought, no, you can't slack it. You've always got to stay good. Because I just started throwing up.
Yeah.
You do so much running, you're being sick.
Yeah,
There's always one or two that were going to be sick.
And
I used to see that. I used to see some of my teammates being sick, like
yeah.
doing a run, and then they'll shoot off into the bush or something like that, and just puke up. I'm like, mate, that's that. And I couldn't understand it. I was like, how are you puking up? Well, you've run so much, you're puking. Like I couldn't understand it because I weren't the fittest. But maybe I didn't push myself as much as they did.
Yeah,
I don't know what it was.
I was never. I was never.
Lewis Ball Morty, always.
Really?
Season, yeah.
Really? But like, just going back to pre-season and the first, how it's evolved and changed, because you're right, when I remember Frank Lampard Senior, he must have been in his mid to late 40s when he was assistant manager to me at Harry. Maybe, about that, probably that, right? But he was a really fit man, probably like Bridgie now, you know what I mean? So he's like, he used to do the run. So we turned up, my first pre-season, I turned up with Harry Redknapp. And basically I went with the first team and it was like, right, Hainault Forest, follow Frank. And I'm just thinking, like, there was no...
No guidance.
No guidance.
You just running.
Run. And so he'd go off and you don't know when he's going to stop. Yeah. You had no, like, we're going to do, like, this sets of this. And sometimes it'll be half hour, sometimes it'll be 2 hours. And I don't know how much distance we covered. You have no idea. It was just survival of the fittest. And I remember thinking... The dark thoughts in my mind during that run were like, I'm never going to be a player. I can't keep up with this 45-year-old man. Do you know what I mean? And it's actually detrimental. It's not. It's not football fitness, is it? It's just to test your mentality. Yeah. And who keeps going?
You didn't know that at the time, though.
No, I don't think so. Will I say his name? Yeah, Izzy, my pal. Izzy Erekpin, right? Great lad, right? And I remember Ian Wright come in the next season. So Ian Wright was 36, 37 at the end of his career. So he's gone off on the run, and it was a bit more structured. It was mapped out, and I was sort of middle of the pack, and I was trying my all. And there was like Frank Jr. was at the front. He was brilliant, and I was always middle of the pack when it comes to fitness. But I was pushing myself, and Izzy was running with Wrighty at the back. And I remember so we finished, and like 3, 4, 5 minutes later, they coming in, and Izzy come running in, and Izzy and Wright had his shirt off. Izzy had his shirt off, and I remember Wrighty going, "You shouldn't be with me. You're a 17-year-old lad. I'm 37. I've done my time." Do you know what I remember that? So, but Wrighty was speaking to Izzy the whole way round, keeping him company. But then when he got there, Wrighty sort of like went, "No, you need to push yourself." Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And it's like it was a test of mentality rather than fitness, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No, it's always a test of mentality, that one. But at the time, you didn't think of it like that. I remember my first one when I broke into the Well, I was YTS, and yeah, we went to train with the first team, just like you guys would have. And I just remember Graham Lasso, just easy for him. Zola, and he was older.
Yeah.
Just gone. And I even remember, even before that, I just remember Dennis Wise.
He was a good runner, wasn't he?
He was a great runner too.
Yeah.
And when you look at some of these characters, and you just think these are like our mentality monsters. Like the best ones at the top of that list were mentality monsters.
Yeah.
And you look at them and you think, I'm never gonna get to that. That is just like, I know you must have been that guy where you was like the top of the group, top performance, and the younger players coming in seeing you and saying that's the level. That's England quality. That's elite.
Yeah, I think it was probably my second pre-season. So obviously the first one was a bit of a shock, but I think that's mainly going from
school,
having a holiday time, and from school.
Yeah.
But then after that, I was quite fit anyway. But I remember we used to go to an army barracks, so we have to do a week with the army.
You must have loved that.
Look at the smile on his face.
No, I remember one of the lads turned around to me and went, "Mate, you need to slow that down."
You're
busy.
You are taking like.
Yeah.
You need to slow down. You're busy, mate.
You're busy, mate. That's how I always get to suppress you. To suppress you.
But you shouldn't really, should you?
No, you should encourage
you to do it. But it's hard, isn't it? I think it's when you go into that as well, you don't realise it's such a long season. And obviously I think times have changed now, but in the beginning it was you'd get weighed on the last day and you'd have a £3
gap.
So like anything over £3 you're getting fined.
And
it was per pound as well.
That's
and
true.
There's some players that just go, I'll just pay it. But at my age I was like, mate, no, I ain't on a lot of money. I need to make sure I'm all right. But
you was money motivated,
mate. I used to, So going back, you're right. I remember coming back from one pre-season, and it was like we had this one. I won't say his name. He was the captain of our under-19s, right? He was 2 years older than me, mate. And I was like, how have you put on that much weight in 10 weeks? It was like must have been a competitive sport. He turned up. You know, you're looking at him like.
What? Double take.
Right. Harry's come in and said the kid's name. He's like, you're a disgrace. Like, when you think in the current climate we're in.
Yeah.
Look at the size of you. You're an embarrassment to the club, right? And then he said,
embarrassment to the club.
Mate, right? No, listen, the kid's seen it. Like, I don't know. I was like, mate, have you been to Iron Apple for 6 weeks and lived on cheeseburgers? Anyway, and he's gone. I won't say his name because he didn't become a player, probably for this reason. Anyway, they put him in the black bin bags and made him run round the pitch while we were training, just like. You know what I mean?
Black bin bag work. That theory.
I don't know
what makes you sweat more, but does that actually work?
Frank Senior used to do it. Yeah. And Frank Jr. used to do it as well. It's like an old school mentality. I don't know if it worked, but he put the black bin bags on and about three...
It comes a lot from the boxers when they're gaining weight, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they still do that. But that's just to lose water.
Well, I guess it depends what you're eating as well, because obviously...
Yeah, but some of these guys don't have that knowledge. They just put the bag on.
Yeah, it's dangerous, really. Yeah, you got to eat well and train well, basically. Yeah.
He was running around this pitch for until he said that you're not putting a West. I remember him saying you're not putting a West Ham shirt on until you're a respectable size. Now we're in the now we're in the realms of right. No, the people who are not football fans. Imagine they stumble across this podcast and they listen to this and they've gone, that's horrendous. He's bullying, and all that, right? But you're a professional footballer and it's your responsibility. Do you know what I mean?
Take care of your body.
And in the real world, you can't fat shame people. You can't do this and can't do that. That's all right. But when you're in the environment, he's actually trying to help this kid to never ever get that size again. Yeah. If you want to be a footballer, he didn't make it as a footballer, this kid, whether that's the reason. But sometimes in the world, you need the real truth sent to you.
You do.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, because you can't live like that, can you?
You can't live like that, and that's the thing is, it's different now because there's no excuse for kids to be coming in at like oversized
Doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen no more. But because
it's changed so much.
Yeah, because
it?
they've got the internet now. They know what to eat. They've got nutritionists on the internet.
Yeah.
So it's totally.
Yeah,
different.
I know you say that, mate, but that changes all the time.
Yeah, you don't know. What
I remember when we
really.
were first starting out, it was like eat loads of pasta. And one minute they're saying I'll go vegan, then it's eat loads of meat, don't eat carbs. I feel like I know there's so much on the internet.
Yeah.
But half you're just like, you don't know what's right and what's wrong sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
I feel.
Well,
I think you're right.
Going out drinking
probably ain't the best idea.
It's not the best, but that was our culture.
It was the culture, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't. If you didn't go out and have a party, you was like,
there's something seriously wrong with you.
Yeah.
That was it.
Seriously wrong. Yeah, true.
What was he like? Why is he not coming to socialise with the lads? And end of season parties, everyone's get boozing. You know what I mean? And it's just the way it was. But I remember what I used to do as I started getting experience in this game.
Yeah.
You start to do certain things, and different managers have different things at the end of the season what they do. So yours was testing your fat. You got that £3 thing. Ours was we do bleep test.
Yeah.
So when the bleep test come out, and you're thinking, I used to love bleep tests as well. I don't know
really?
about. Yeah, I just like.
I
used
to like it as a challenge as well. Yeah,
I just wanted
weirdos.
I didn't mind doing it. Doing it.
Yeah.
Like there would be days like, I don't want to do bleep test today, and they just put it on you, but you do it, innit? But one thing is, it's Tony Gale, what a legend. So I bet he's got some stories about pre-season.
He probably has.
Yeah. So when what I used to start doing is. So we do the bleep test. I used to get a low score. I made sure. So I got to level 10.
Yeah.
Basically. But I know I could do level 17. Yeah. But I've got to level 10.
Yeah,
I'm thinking, I'm going to park it here.
Yeah.
I can't do much more. Really tired. End of season must be, I got a little knock. So come back. Sports science will say, okay, he's done level 10. When he comes back, he's got to do at least 11 or 12.
Which is insane.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm at 10. I know when I get back, even if I had a good even if I've had a good time, I know I could beat level 10 in my sleep. So then I've come back into their eyes, I've improved.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you just but young kids nowadays, they'll go gung ho. Yeah, they'll go gung ho on the at the end of the season. I'm like, mate, you're making it hard for yourself.
Yeah.
But obviously. My experience is not to be given out there because you've got to just always
exactly
exert yourself in the right manner. Don't do as much as you can because my way. That's why I didn't have the career that I wanted in the end. But you've got to make sure that you just do exactly what it says on the tin for these sports science people.
Do you remember? So what happens at the end of the season? Do you remember getting tested like that? I don't really remember that. Maybe I've just
I remember at Southampton. Having like your weight done and everything.
Remember that? Yeah, I remember that.
But once you're in the England fold, so would have been 21.
Yeah.
From then on, your holidays are just minimal anyway.
Like 2-3 weeks maximum.
Yeah, so you're literally a 2-3 week holiday and that's it. So those 7-8 week things were gone for
years.
How many years really? So I think once you had that holiday, it was once you got a 2-3 week, it was right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a 2 week right good go now.
Yeah. And what did you do?
You know what I mean?
What did you do
I went
on
Vegas
your holidays?
a couple of times.
Yeah.
Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of times.
How long? So when you went Vegas,
what's your longest spell of partying?
I wouldn't advise you do it, mate.
We don't have to put out disclaimers.
I think it's basically when I retired from England, I got that holiday back of, oh my God, I've got 7 weeks off here.
Right.
So I just went to LA for 7 weeks.
Did you?
Yeah.
7 weeks in LA.
What was you out there?
Was you recording a film? What was you doing? Mission Impossible 3 or something?
I was just enjoying myself, really.
Yeah.
I had a
out there,
really good
basically.
time. Tried to eat well. Had a few nights out.
You rent a house.
Rent a house. Took a few friends. Just had a real good go.
Yeah. You deserve it, mate.
That was probably just. For me was, oh my God, I got 7 weeks off. It doesn't happen, you know.
Yeah.
You have 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, you little family one, then a lads one and stuff. It seems very, very short.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd probably say the 7 weeks in LA was probably a bit too much. Mika's actually came, and Mika pulled me to the side after a couple of weeks.
What do you say?
I'm going to have to go home. You're too much. This is too much. I'm going home.
Gosh. I remember Iron Napa, everyone used to go from the youth teams.
Yeah.
And then I remember, oh my gosh, I was like, so just finished season, everyone's going Iron Napa the next week, and everyone kind of plans it from different clubs. And everyone said, yeah, right, we're meeting up in Naps, Napa is where we're going. I was like, all right, cool, I'm on it. First holiday with the lads. I'm 17, 18. I'm going with Jermaine Pennant.
Yeah.
Who else was there? Maybe Jolien Lescott was
there.
And then you'll have had John Fortune, Paolo Benazza, all them boys there. And then we all got our own mates, and we go. So I'm thinking, this is a doddle. It's just like going out in London, really, innit?
Yeah.
It's my first lads' holiday. I'm like 17, 18. I'm thinking, I've got this in the bag, mate. First 2 days, I was like, I can't handle this. The drinking, and it was like, it wasn't even proper drinking. It was like during the day, like, and then you go on to night. I was like, I can't drink like that. I just have a 2-hour slot. Get hammered and then go home, innit? Like that's what I'm thinking. But this is like drinking by the pool, and then they got these different cocktails they're drinking, and it's like one was called Monster Munch, one was called. I'm thinking there's different cocktails. I'm thinking, mate. So there was one time I just went to the toilet. Yeah, this is after 2 days. I went toilet. Yeah, and obviously I've excreted. Yeah, and you look as you do. You look down in the basin. I swear. My excretion was green.
Oh, Coley.
Green or blue. It was like some kind of colour. Yeah?
It's not healthy, is it?
I was like, this ain't healthy, this. I said, I'm going home. Yeah. I said, I can't handle this. Mate, I was on the next plane home.
Really?
Yeah, I was on the next plane.
Bailed out?
Scared me.
Yeah.
Because I've never been... But it turns out that I was drinking that colour drink.
Right, okay.
It was just the amount I was drinking. Come out, like, obviously, it's got to go somewhere. But that scared me. I said, I've had enough of this. I remember getting on the moped. Yeah. I remember getting on the moped, going to tell all the lads, I'm off, I'm gone. And because you just get mopeds back then.
That was wild, wasn't it? When you think about it, that's wild. We feel now we've all got kids and they're going to be going on these holidays at some point.
No
the
license.
one thing I'll say to mate, no license.
As I say, not as I do.
So please don't do that. We have to improve. Kids don't. We have to improve. Kids.
Yeah, for the people that's passed away.
Yes, it is. It's a travesty.
Had bad injuries.
Yeah, it's a travesty. Mate, there was a few footballers as well. I know that have had that. That's wrecked their career. So, listen, we will put a disclaimer out on that.
Yeah.
It's not as well because it's a long season. Especially if it's a long season, and even if you, I think. You'd always get 3 weeks, wouldn't you? I don't think there's any time I've had less than 3. I think it's always been around 3 weeks.
I've had a couple of times when it's been 2. 2 weeks, and you're like, you go on holiday, you come back, and you go in again. I don't know how these boys now are gonna. They just seem to be playing all the way through.
No, but the thing is, like, if you're an international, what the club usually does is, like, even if you do come back after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they give you like your own. Time off as well, because when sports science come in and they started to realise, okay, this can't happen.
Yeah,
this is going to have to be like structured for the particular international player. So they did try and give you gaps in the season where you get some rest.
I think people will have to look up. I think there's a FIFA ruling where a player can say, I need 4 weeks off now. Whether they do it or whether it's one of them soft power things, like, because if you're competing with. Say we're competing for a position, and I've played in the World Cup, but you're in pre-season. I'm thinking, well, if I have 4 weeks off, the season starts, I might lose my position to this player. So I don't know if players do actually go, no, I think it's legal. They have to give you 4 weeks off. We didn't get. I never got.
Them options.
Yeah,
no, didn't.
But I don't know if I would. I don't know how. Do you know what I mean?
Do you realise though that short time off?
Yeah.
Like the 2 3. If you go and do nothing.
Yeah.
Like nothing, because they used to get given a programme. Something. I'll go and do this one and go that. I think to myself, mate.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you just got to rest.
You need to do another job.
Go for a little
mentally
jog
as well.
But like, do you know you can lose so much in 2-3 weeks if you don't look after yourself.
Yeah.
Especially as you get older.
Food, diet, the drinking, and if you're not going to tick over a little bit.
You lose muscle.
You lose muscle so quick.
Yeah. Again, like, by the time I retired from international football, I didn't. Well, by the time I got retired from international football,
not by choice.
Not by choice, but them 7-week things come back. But the kids were with us then, so it was like me and Carly used to go to we had a place in Spain. And I really, like, the kids were really young. We only had the 2, and that was lovely, man. I loved that because we was with their family, we had the pool, people would come out to us. But like, I'd be itching after 3 weeks, and I used to go and train at the local.
Yeah, but you love football.
Yeah, I do love football, and I used to think like, this is not. I couldn't. I wanted to get back.
Yeah, I think sometimes that is where it's because you're not. You're with your families.
Yeah.
Like in the, after training that, and you get to see them.
Yeah.
But then you're always with the lads.
Yeah.
Always doing something. Always training. You're always travelling together. And then all of a sudden it's just stop.
Off,
and then it's just totally different, isn't it? You do miss that.
Yeah.
Like when you retire, you miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just being in the dressing room with your mates. And like what we're doing now. That's why we make this a dressing room. That's why we're here.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Because we get to talk like how we used to do when we're footballers, and just being around it, it's really empowering. And the thing about it as well, like, when you do go back, that first day is like, I've got to go again now. Long season ahead.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Was there any like pre-seasons you actually enjoyed? Like, because you went to a certain country, or
I think as soon as I left Southampton, they become more enjoyable.
Oh, I loved them.
Just because it was more football based.
Yeah.
So it was more, although Ranieri did run us a little bit.
Yeah.
But most of it was with the football, and I think that's what was tough. It's just going out and just running. I don't think you can beat. Even there was the skies running with a football. You still had a football at your feet.
Yeah. It seemed relevant.
I think that started. The football part. I think it started to creep in when Ranieri came to Chelsea. Then Jose when he came.
Football.
He was just. I remember coming into training, and I just saw on the first day, I saw the footballs out. I'm like. Hold on a minute, I'm about a week late.
Which is very possible.
The football's out already. Like, what have I missed? Like, did I get the dates right? Why no one told me I missed a week of running?
You know what was good as well with I thought with Mourinho was it was like
disguised running.
It was disguised running, but the football was always out. But he'd always, and because we'd always be away for a few weeks, he'd chuck a little organised night out in for the lads.
Yeah.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that in the second part. But I just want to quickly ask you, like, was there any? So it went from running to footballs, and now the culture's changed. It's football based. At the other clubs at the back end of your career, did you ever do running? Has it completely gone?
I think
it went for me.
I think it's completely gone.
The pre-season now is nothing compared to our first 4 or 5 years as professionals.
Yeah,
but also,
they're
fitter.
I remember Gordon Strachan, and when I was at Southampton, and we were fit, mate. I remember every time we got the stats up during that season, with the running you do. Don't get me wrong, everyone wants to do less running, but we were fit enough, like. And he had us up to like 6th or 7th, 8th in the league. For Southampton, that's like nosebleed territory for us at the time. And we were so fit.
Yeah.
And we could run all day long.
Yeah, you was a good teammate.
So that was
a good Southampton.
So there is a positive to take from it as well, because you should like, even with extra time, I think you should be able to just keep going.
You should be able to play 140 minutes.
140 minutes, yeah.
You should be able to play 140 minutes.
Yeah.
But look, when I look back, I just think the real heroes, are sports science fitness coaches, because they can make you have a bad pre-season or an enjoyable one.
So
they are the real heroes when it comes to it.
Yeah. All right, you've been listening to The Dressing Room. That's part 1 with Al Arabiya News.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.